We are live.
Yeah. Hello and welcome. It's Tuesday night. I am Kim of Kim Fixes Things. You can find my YouTube channel at Kim Fixes Things, but you can do that later. Right now, you're at the Campo channel. We're coming to you live via the magic of internet. And we're coming to you in 5,222 kilobits per second. Look at this resolution. Look at all these pixels. It's amazing stuff. And we have a good night tonight. We have a good show, all arranged, not at all planned, but
Not at all planned.
we know. Oh, Mama M3 is here of Mopars, Mustangs, and minivans. Welcome to the stream. Hippie Long, Buddy Carafano.
Hippie Long, I answered your email late. Sorry, but I did it.
Retired Inspector Bruce W is here, and Paul Pajui left a message, but we don't know. And Mike N was here earlier. Mexican Spec started in this afternoon. So, Buddy Caravano, you were the first at 7 p.m. So, with the comment, I'm having an 8-track flashback. Well, 1974. You get 3 points for that. Hippie Long, you get 2 points for also being in here at 7. Mama M3, you get a point. Paul Pajui, you also get a point. Gearhead, I'm also giving you a point. You guys are here like right on time. Mexican Spec, I know you're going to get points in a little bit, so don't worry. You can get points. All right, if you are new to the point system, right, I award the points when people do good things, like show up on time, share an interesting comment, maybe a link to some new content that they've created, because we always encourage people, if you're doing something creative and you want to show us, please do that. We aren't all, this is our channel and you can't talk about your new creative stuff, because this is all about, it's not all about us, this is community time. We get to spend it with you. If we just wanted to only talk about ourselves, we'd make long form content. We wouldn't even bother looking at the chat. But this time is about us sharing time with you who have come here and are, time is precious. Our time is precious. It's so hard to get things done. We have so much to do in life. And so the fact that anybody, all the choices you have, that you would come here and hang out with us for a little while, it's awesome. We love it. We look forward to it every week. So thank you for coming. I am here with your host, Buffdo Campo, and the namesake of this channel. And we are in Casa del Campo. We are in our in-home studio, and we use all of the computer things to make this magic come to you. We can make ourselves big. Oh, wait, I think we can. We can make ourselves big, We can make the car really big, right? We can balance it out a little bit so you can see us and there's lots of choices. We can even travel through time. Although we've got like
Dino room. Oh,
we've
there's
got some remnants of
we got a like a
green
wedge
screen
there. We got a green screen thing there. Yeah. It's close. We haven't seen that picture in a while. So
it isn't so easy to. Every day that we set up the camera, it's a little different. So let's see. Wait. I could probably fix it. Check this out.
Oh, there.
Bam!
You got it.
Look at that. We have the technology, people. So, our plan tonight is to talk about the year 1974. In addition, we'll talk about our projects, what we're working on this week. And hopefully we'll talk about some of your projects. What have you been doing this week? And the time goes so fast. Can you believe it's already been a week since we did the Tuesday Night Live? I was up all night last night. All night. Working on a mini bike because it hasn't run in 2 years because I never got it together. It was a basket case, a big collection of parts that I wanted all to work together, and that never works. It's like one piece at a time kind of song. Who was it? wrote that song, One Piece at
Oh,
a Time.
yeah,
And
yeah, I know who he is. I can't think of his name.
we've needed a little bit of help from an adapter kit to get this together. And
It's the CD that's stuck in my van.
there you go.
I can't get it out.
It's the in 1974, Terry Mott was drooling for his license. I'll bet you were. I'll bet you were. Seeing all the nice early 70s muscle cars all over the place, I'll bet you couldn't wait. Could not wait.
Before it disappears, can you get that Colleen's Mama M3 there, halfway up?
Vic from Diecast Dreams Customs had another house fire. They just can't catch a break. Tim Windsor started a GoFundMe for them. Oh man, I had not heard.
I didn't know that.
Vic is a friend of the No Name Nationals family. He had the Stone Soup project last year, and I guess more details will show up because I didn't see anything about it yet.
We got ads coming in already.
And so if you can offer something generosity-ishly to him. Fire is so dangerous. It's so good, but it's so bad.
Was Johnny Cash. Yeah, in my life I've had 2 fires. One in the shop there where we work now, and the other was in a house where I lived many years ago. Never fun.
Terry Mott, you get 2 points unless I found out that it wasn't Johnny Cash. But
it was Johnny Cash.
Okay. Mexican Spec is in the house. He is our moderator. Don't even make him drop the hammer on. I want everyone to be on good behavior. I don't want him working extra. But if you've done some new content that you want to tell us about, you can ask Mexican Spec and he will post a link for you so that everybody can get a look at what you're up to. Share your projects. Share your videos. A lot of, if you don't know, if you're not familiar with the channel, if you're new here, a lot of the people in our community are participate in an annual event called No Name Nationals, which is a content creator like family reunion. And we meet up in Sikeston, Missouri in the fall. And sometimes there's a drag race there, or sometimes we just talk a lot about cars and spend some time together. It's a lot of fun, but everybody who's involved in that has put in the effort to make content and get 500 subscribers. It's kind of a threshold for entry, but if you're interested in doing that, we like to support people to reach their goals and milestones with content creation. Yeah, maybe John Wilburn will stop in later. Sometimes he used to stop in a lot, but not as much. So let's get back to the comments. Another important announcement type thing. Just trying to get the business of the day. If you have pictures of your project, send them to us. We'd love to see them. And you can send them to Buff Del Campo.
Sound like a meeting. Old business, new business.
That's right.
Monkey business.
I love it. You could send them to buffdelcampo@gmail.com. He will get them. When you send emails, please include your screen name.
Put your screen name, because I got 2 emails. No. I got 2 emails here. I don't know who they're from. And I want to thank people for sending the things they send.
And I
don't want to read your real name. You know?
And we like to talk about the pictures when the people who sent them are here. So we kind of try and align that. So yeah. You can also send your favorite car, your least favorite car, or a family photo or a friend's photo of a car from the year 1974. We pick a year ahead of time every week, and we ask people to maybe take a minute and think about the year, and we try and look at it in a historical context, maybe discuss some things that happened or some projects people have had that are related, automotive adjacent. Uh, Sometimes we get some vintage photographs. Sometimes we get some brand new restorations of cars from those years. We'd love to see it all. And it just gives a little bit of continuity to the stream, although it's not required. We go off script because
Off script.
we're just trying to.
Where's this script we have? Never been a script.
Where is it? I was gonna rip a piece of paper nap, but I don't even have it prepared to tear up the script and throw it away. So there's some other stuff. It was a wiring fire. Darn it.
The GTO in the background there, 74, one and only year. That was, I'll get to that in a second, Paul. It's the one and only year that's on the same body as the Nova. And I bought a new Matador that year, and I'm looking back on it. Well, see, that was a strange year because that big old fuel crisis hit. And so I bought a 6-cylinder Matador. And this just didn't seem right, this or a Trans Am. Although I really like Pontiacs. Man, I could have bought one of those with whatever big engine they had. That would have been a great car. But, man, I thought I needed something that would sip the fuel, which the Matador didn't do very well. It was a 15-mile-a-gallon car. So, yeah, anyway. Yeah, that's a Ventura. It is. It's actually a GTO, I think, isn't it? It's a one-year Ventura GTO. Let's see here.
So one of the
Who was it? I just saw something else. Paul Pajuli. Okay. That's who. Okay. Here. This is Paul Pajuli. Sent
you
this
should
picture.
have known that. You should have known that.
I didn't know that because it was.
So if you guys don't already know, in chat there is some discussion between Mexican Spec and Lester LeSabre about a Ford Fairmont that is coming from Mexico to Lester through our friend Mexican Spec in the who is a moderator here. And so I know Lester LeSabre has got to be dying to get his car, but from the perspective of Mexican Spec, I know I can understand working on older cars. Sometimes things just don't go as quickly as you hope them to. And I appreciate Mexican Spec putting in the extra work to make sure it's right, in spite of the fact that we want it now.
Can you zoomify that a little?
Zoomify, that's a nice word.
I don't know how to do. That's your mouse.
Where's your magic wand? Wave it.
No, wrong way. This way.
Oh,
this is
it's a little low. See if you can wave it up into the air a little bit. Give it a wave.
See, it's up and downy. That's a back and forthy. No, I can't manipulate.
Wave the wand, not the mouse. What do you think this is?
Oh, I don't know.
That's a nice S10. No, what is that?
That's not an
Help me out
S10.
here. What is it though? For real, it's a '99 GMC. Very nice. I believe we've seen this picture before.
Have we? We could
yes,
have.
we have, but it looks good.
Yeah, I like black.
The lighting is definitely.
And I like black and red together.
Know your angles, know your lighting. Very good picture, Paul.
Paul also says my son just picked up a black 74 GTO project car. Oh man, yeah, I think that's great. Buddy says, was that GTO a hatchback? I don't know. I don't know if any of the GTOs were hatchbacks, but I know they came out of that body style with a hatchback about then.
Lester says, I do understand. He's done a lot of work. Well, just because you understand doesn't mean you don't really, really want your new toy, right? Like it's a really big purchase, and being patient is tough, even for the best of us. So, yeah.
Oh, here we go. I can't manipulate that.
Oh, wow.
But that's Buddy Carfano just sent that in.
I did
So
not
that is a
realize.
hatchback. I didn't know the GTOs were ever hatchbacks, but I guess they were.
I had no idea the Nova did that with
Yeah,
the hatch.
Nova for about, I don't know, what, 2 or 3 years, they had a hatchback. I think 73 and 4 were the only ones, but
Thanks, Buddy Carfano.
yeah. So, yeah, I got a lot of emails here. I'm not going to do them all at once, but I'll hit them. Let's see.
Landon Custom Classics is here, and I think he's trolling. He says, I bought an electric car.
An electric car.
Is it a Tesla, Landon? Because I heard you can pick one of those up real cheap right this moment, maybe.
I sort of have an electric car because the starter that starts the engine is electric, but that's kind of where it ends. Oh, there's a lot of electrical stuff in the car.
He says it's an actual highway car.
Paul Joyce says about 1,700 were hatchbacks. Wow.
Okay. And Hippie Long says dry, no rust cars get crunchy wiring. He has several. And I think old cars get crunchy wiring.
Man, are we
and
lucky.
the sun is the worst.
Are we lucky with that
Plastic.
car I got? The wiring is pretty good. I mean,
yeah,
there's
Ford
a
did a
couple of
nice
things.
job on that 78 Fairmont that he has. And it has not shown us a lot of
Fairmont
problems with wiring.
I keep calling it Fairmont too. It's actually a Zephyr, but same thing. Just came from a different dealer. Oh man, here's another. Who is this? Oh, this is Gearhead.
Is Gearhead here yet?
Oh, just sent it, so I'm assuming.
Oh, maybe he's watching but not commenting. Yeah, if he just sent it.
Okay, so
Mexican Spec says the wiring is fine on this car, but it doesn't want to charge. Well, it sounds like it's already in the hands of a qualified mechanic and they will figure it out. But if they realize that the alternator light is not working, they're hot on the trail because that whole system is tied together. So something's not right there.
Gearhead sent this in, but it's really close up.
Oh, I have buttons for that.
You have buttons for that.
But ding! It's like magic.
And then from there, I can go on.
That's a Z71.
It is.
Is that Gearhead's new vehicle? There's Gearhead. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for sending a picture.
And then
it's a Spider-Man edition or something like that? Oh no, it's Venom edition.
I like that. I like that cover. I like that cover.
Is it a wrap? Venom edition would make sense to be a wrap. If you know, you know. It's a comic book thing.
Sent pictures of his. Oh, where is that? I'm gonna be over here a lot. Ah, Tim lurking out here. Okay, so
welcome, Tim.
So I got a lot of stuff coming.
Got a lot of regulars that like to show up and hang out.
Are you kidding me?
Chit chat. We appreciate you.
It does sort of look like an electric car from here.
Is it not an electric car? What do you?
I don't know. I'm trying to pull it up. I got a lot of like loading and downloading and stuff. Okay, so this one.
Is that a smart Ford 2? I didn't think the smart car was an electric car.
I don't think it is.
Do we have any other?
That's what he got. That's what he got. Be careful in that thing. Look at that. Look at that.
That is a tiny.
Looks like a regular car inside, but it's not. I knew a guy had one of those for a while. He had it on mini lease, and he says going down the road, you could feel it did this because the wheels are so close together. When you go over a bump, it just felt like it rocked like that. 6,200 miles on that. It's almost new.
2015 Smart 4.2. 6,200 miles? And it's the electric drive model. Okay.
Oh, so what, it has both?
No, it might be just all electric. If it's an electric drive 4.2. Paid You only paid $450 for it. What was wrong with it? That's nothing.
And then Mexican Spec, 74. Oh, he said, wait a minute. He says it's a Maverick, but I guess a Maverick in Mexico has the Comet nose on it? Wow, that's sort of unusual.
That's a really pretty car. Yep.
I like the wheels. A lot of people like those or dislike those, but I really like Craigers. 450 for it. Wow.
I mean, I don't know what you
And it's
we would do with
electric.
it.
It's electric only.
Electric
That's
only.
probably why it went so cheap.
Yeah, 2015. It probably needs a battery by now, even
How
just
is
sitting
it?
around.
Oh, I have to go through the battery and recharge.
It's
I believe.
dead in the
Yeah.
water, I'll bet.
Maybe need some batteries or something.
Well, I mean, if you know how to do that, though, it would cost a ton of money to have someone do it, but you could probably, you know, restore some of that. It's really interesting. It could be a fun project. You know, it brings me to watching Uncle Tony this week. He was talking about how cars are planned obsolescence, and they have failures that make cars that low mileage, look very nice. They makes them mechanically totaled. Um, and although that can be a big failure for the person who paid for the car, like for people like us who are resourceful and knowledgeable, it might really make some great opportunities for some cool projects, some things that we wouldn't otherwise. And yeah, I don't know. That's cool things that you could do with something like that. My creative juices get going. Like, what would I do with that car, all electric little car with dead batteries if I had it that 6,200 miles on it? Like, wow, cool. What an opportunity. So,
Look at this Maverick that
congratulations.
Mexican Spec sent up. Looks like it's a manual transmission. Bucket seats. That's pretty cool. And being from Mexico, they're probably all V8s. Oh yeah.
That car looks like it's about
I don't know if I like
10 years old.
steering wheel, but that's somebody did that, I guess.
I mean, the old one was probably all busted up or something like that. It
McDonald.
doesn't fit the car.
Because he hated his 73 Comet. And when they were new, they were pretty nice.
Oh, welcome, Dougster. Have no fear, the Dougster is here. Potato. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, the gang's all here. Well, not really. I'm waiting for John Wilburn, Cope Racing.
Oh, look at that.
Kay Nelson is here. Put a Hemi in it. I don't know how you would put a Hemi. The weight, and the size, you could just stick it out the front and people would love that. But the weight, I don't think you could reinforce the suspension to function with a Hemi weight in that little 4.2.
In a Maverick?
No, in the 4.2.
Oh yeah, where are you gonna put it?
We find a place to put it, but
is this a 289 or 302? Because I know in Mexico they had 289s. Pretty late, but maybe not up to 74.
We need a motor like that for your car. It looks like the seats are from a newer car.
Oops,
and
okay.
higher than the original. That is probably why they changed the steering wheel. I see.
Trying to go back to the side.
Does it have a tilt? Is it on a tilt wheel maybe? I know, like my Dart, you can't change the steering wheel because it's manual steering. You need the big steering wheel, or else you can't.
Bigger steering wheel.
You can't maneuver in a parking lot. It's easy to steer when you're rolling, but if you're stopped, it's like, you need all the help you can get. That's a nice looking car, Mexican Spec. I hope it finds a good home. Mexican Spec says that in 1974, that green car would have a 302. Dougster says, yes, more Hemi power, please. Dougster has been working on a big tunnel ram project. And Dougster, I don't know about those wooden carb spacers. I mean, I like the phenolic feature, you know, that they block. But I don't know. They look a little bit like pieces of wood. Are you going to coat them with something like maybe some JB weld or something like that? Because otherwise they're going to absorb fuel or oil or whatever, and that's going to sort of mess them up.
The Carvana sent this in,
Shiny.
74 Mustang.
Shiny. Everybody loves a tunnel. Big shiny tunnel ram. Big blower on top of it, maybe.
Hippie Long says, I watched dudes from PA put a V12 Maserati in a Fox body last night.
No way. Wow. Who's PA?
From PA, probably that might be Pennsylvania.
I don't think that's what he meant.
DA from PA? I don't know.
Old MacDonald has a car, tells me to put a Brody knob on my manual steering wheel. You know, they're illegal in some states.
Really?
Brody knobs?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you're not allowed to have them on street cars. But,
God, as a kid, all the old men had them. Like when I was little kid. All the guys that were like 60s, they all had one of those knobs on there. But the steering wheels are huge, and they had manual steering. You know, my grandfather had one, a 51 Dodge that he had. He'd turn the thing like this. But I always thought they looked like old man's cars. But then later, kids used them to spin around.
Olive says, well, as long as they look like that, definitely the wrong style and color steering wheel for that, but easily changed. You could change it, but I mean, it's not, it doesn't match, but it's nice, so at least it's nice, you know? It really, getting every little detail just perfect on a restoration or refurbishing, it's expensive. It's really expensive. Man, and time consuming. So sometimes you're just like, well, just put something on there. Find a steering wheel, put it on there. That other one looks horrible. You know. Plus other people have a difference of opinion, you know. For a while there, people started painting brick white and putting carpet over nice hardwood floors with stapling carpet to hardwood floors. So, you know, there's no accounting for taste sometimes, you know, but as long as we're happy with it, that's what's important.
Hippie Long says, yes, PA was Penna when I was born. I remember seeing, there's still streets that I remember seeing Penna, P-N-N-A, or P-N-S-Y.
Right, yeah, I have seen that.
I remember I lived in California and the abbreviation was C-A-L-I-F before they went to all the two-letter designators for states. They standardized it. And when I was in South Dakota, it was S.D.A.K, SDAC, which became SD.
Dawn is here, one-eyed cat.
Wow.
Says Eagle Eye Rangefinder, 2 points already. I'm not sure what that means.
Oh, that's probably an ad.
Oh, that's right, an Eagle Eye Rangefinder. Okay, cool. Dougster's Wolverine Garage says Freiberger has a blower on a tunnel ram. He calls it the tunnel cram. I only just recently started watching him. Now that he's on YouTube, I did not watch Motor Trend. He's entertaining. He does some cool stuff. He has really nice projects. You know, when you have lots of money, you can do really nice things. That's one of the advantages, you know? It's out of reach for me, so at least I get to watch somebody else enjoy it.
How can we fix this and make it bigger?
Oh, I can't make that.
Well, I can make stuff bigger and smaller until it's a link, and then it does. I can't do anything. I like that.
I'm sorry, I was not paying attention.
I like that color on that car. I like that roof line of the Charger. It's the best roof line, I think. And the wheels look good.
74? People don't like the 74. They like the earlier one.
Those things are enormous. I mean, talk about putting a V12 in something, there'd probably be room up there. But, you know, I think that thing looks pretty good.
That's a nice looking car.
I didn't like the roof line on the original, which was what, the 71? Where that swoops up in the back. I like this roof line better. Or the one with the gills, the three little windows.
Luis Miguel Suarez Barrios is here. Welcome to the stream. Hippie Long says Coroners were two doors here? Coroners?
What, cornets?
Cornets. Okay.
Where I missed that. Where is it? There's-
I really dig
Oh,
that
McDonald's.
Charger. That color looks so good on it.
Oh, McDonald says most of the cars I owned were pre 74, so no 74 picks. I had a 74 Matador I bought brand new. I remember 74 really well. And yeah, one of my Pintos or Bobcat wagons was, I think the Bobcat wagon was a 74. The first one I had was a Bobcat wagon. I think it was a 74.
You know, one of the things that makes this car looks really good is the really understated black stripe down the side of the car.
Yeah,
That's really well done.
that thing looks good.
It's like it's not overdone at all, but it gives the car a little bit more shape, a little bit more dimension. I think you know, as stickers go, I think that's a good choice. And man, finding a car with chrome like that, I bet you they paid dearly for that chrome.
My cat says raised white. I'm partial to aluminum slots myself. Yeah, me too. I like Kragers, but man, yeah, aluminum slots. That's what I had on my last Pinto, was aluminum Pinto wagon with the nose down just a little bit, big wide aluminum slots. They were anodized gold. I like those things.
Mike N is here, says, okay, I'm caught up. He must have been watching from the beginning. Catch up. Welcome to the stream, Mike.
Oh, North Face and Papa John's. That sounds like ads.
Oh, advertisements. You get 2 points. I forgot to mention that. If you get an advertisement during the stream and you watch enough before you skip to know who the advertiser is, and then you come back and tell us, then I award you points. Because it's the least we could do. Those people are putting their money on the line to make sure that we stay in business here. They're throwing pennies at us. Watch your eyes, because they're throwing pennies. But hey, pennies are something. You know, it starts with pennies, and
I don't know what you're talking about. I lost
I don't know.
something.
It is a lot of effort. It is a lot of investment in electronics equipment, and you know.
I'm looking at all the emails that are rolling in. I'm sorry. I'm like,
that's okay.
My eyes can't be
I'm
everywhere.
Talking.
Okay. Yeah, good. Thank you.
Yeah. So the fact that we are mean enough to YouTube for them to not only allow us to use their streaming service, but also to give us pennies. Pennies.
You know, somebody...
It's nice. It's good.
Somebody sent me a link for Fairmont wiper arms, the whole transmission, on eBay. And they put their real name here, so I don't want to read it, but I want to know who that is, so that...
Thomas?
So
First names are not problematic.
Okay, so yeah, somebody sent that, and I want to know if it's somebody that's in here. Yeah, thank you. It's exactly what we need.
Yeah, if we had only known, if we had only seen it earlier, I could have saved myself an entire night of working on windshield wiper parts. One-Eyed Cat says, I just washed my wheels up earlier. Ron put Koopa Cobras on my rims. Slot and backside painted white. That's awesome. Love it. Some good wheels will really make your ride look customized. Mike says, seems like everyone likes them but me. Well, you know, being different is okay too, Mike. We just won't like you anymore if you're different. Right? Because if you're not just like one of us.
Gee.
For goodness sakes, join the cult, Mike. Everyone loves Krager's, Mike.
That's a Mike. Oh, you can tell by the license plate. Mexican spec car.
It's a Mexican spec car. All right.
Just 74 with some big ass lights on the front.
I think that's a Dodge. They're not fog lights when they're up high like that, are they? Or are they just mounted?
I don't know. I don't know who.
You know, I don't know how you would mount them any way that they wouldn't get knocked off. If you put them under the bumper, they're definitely getting smashed. And there's no way to mount them in the middle.
You gotta put it in the bumper. I don't know. I don't know how they do that, but
If I
but
put it like that on,
the scoop looks like something somebody did. I can't find my cursor. There it is.
yeah, that's not a Mopar scoop. I've never. I mean, it lets air in, or maybe it doesn't. Maybe they just glued it on there because they liked it. Is there pictures under the hood?
It said road rally lights. I don't know. I haven't got to it yet.
Road rally lights. It looks like halogens. I'll bet you they're very bright. Let me get my tinfoil hat on.
Here's the Mexican, the top on the two-door
Oh, it's
darts. It's got
extra swoopy.
yeah, extra swoopy. Yeah.
It's like a Charger.
Mexican spec says, let's call them driving lights. Okay, yeah, that's what I've usually heard.
Let's not say we did. We called them driving lights.
Look at that top. Yep. That's a Mexican dart two-door. Looks pretty good.
Yeah, you'd be the talk of the town with one of those. Everyone at the car show will want to know where you got that
And then
customized car.
It's got the instrument panel like a Valiant.
Yes, it does.
Instead of big long speedometer like a dart.
Big long speedometer like a dart. The dart's got those instruments
Big
too.
long. What I remember was a big long speedometer went across like this, but I don't know what year they quit doing that. They may have started doing this on the darts by now.
Yeah, by then they did. It was pretty uniform, honestly. The variety had been washed out of them. Oh, that seat looks so nice and new and fresh. I am jealous. Because it's the front split bench, you can buy aftermarket recovers from them. The regular straight bench they don't sell decent covers for.
I'm gonna go back to a picture I like here. Oops, wrong way.
Snap out of it, Mike. Did I brainwash everyone?
Yeah, that we can see. We can look at the top.
Terry Moss says those wheels are unique, like Rally Dog Dish. Are they?
That's an interesting car, you know. Somebody got that up here in the U.S. That'd be pretty cool, you know.
It looks a little bit different than what would expect. That would be a kind of a neat modification. I think if you took that car, an American version of that car, and put the swoopies on it behind the back window, I think you'd get a lot of hate. But the fact that it's factory from Mexico, I think people would be pretty impressed. But I think if you did that here, that the people purists would.
Well, do you think is that an add-on thing? It doesn't look like it is because it's smooth right all over the side. Did they press that out in those quarter panels, or is that an add-on? I don't know.
I don't know. The high back bench. Terry, that was getting pretty common in the Mopars of that era. Especially the two doors. They got that. It's a split bench with the high backs instead of headrests. AMC
38 Racing. I think I'd allow myself to be seen driving that Mopar. That's pretty cool.
Well, that's good. Would you now? The not too uppity there.
This is another Mexican spec car. Not that that's all I'm going to show, but he's sent a lot of them in, and a lot of people sent stuff in, so I'm just downloading it as they come in.
Okay. Thank you to everyone who sends emails and photographs. It makes the show. And I'm so glad that we came up with this format of picking dates, because it's really given us a lot of, I think, more structure to the stream. Oh, which motor is it? It's 258, huh?
Probably. And see, that radiator's been done in Mexico, and they took the top tank off and resoldered it, cleaned it out.
He loves radiators.
Resoldered it, and they didn't paint it. I noticed that now in Mexico. They don't paint them, which makes them probably a little bit more efficient. But
I don't think painting the tanks, but I would never paint the core. The tanks, I would paint the tanks.
Depends on where you live. If you live near the ocean, it's really good to paint the whole thing because the salt air gets in and just destroys the fins. But if you're away from the ocean, yeah, they'd be a little more efficient without the And this is, it looks like the Hornet, but they call it an American in Mexico.
Old MacDonald has a car, so he could make his look like that, but it would use a lot of Bondo. No, no, no. You want to make a fiberglass mold. Or Bondo, tiger hair. Tiger, long strand. There you go. Short
Chris,
strand?
Chris says water will take out back window if you park downhill. Bird bath hood, more like the horse trunk. I
You
never even thought about that.
you gotta watch how you park a vehicle. Especially like we got trees and like when you're done, you got to clean them out real good when you get them when you move them around, you got to make sure all the drains and everything cuz they get plugged up with leaves and sticks and tree garbage. These trees just ugh, they make such a mess on the cars. I love the trees and the shade is good.
Look at this.
But man,
Buddy Carafano sent this, and it's the same picture I used on the thumbnail, but it needs to be adjusted from you.
you're making work for me.
Well, I'm sorry. I mean, you got that.
It's almost like that's my job.
It's the same one I put on the thumbnail, but
Oh, I
I
like
did a
that.
couple of little touch-ups on it, and of
I
course I
like
did the
that
thumbnail.
year. That's a nice nose.
Yeah,
for that car.
74. You know, that's another one. I bought a Matador, and I could have had that. What did I do that for? Old McDonald has a car. I'll be back later.
Buff doesn't want anything before 1955 or after 1974.
What's this?
I, I don't think never.
No,
But
no,
I
I
think
just
that
don't
that's
want
our
to.
guide. We don't want to lose people. You
If
go
we have
too
a
early, it's very obscure.
if we have a year, I kind of want it that's something people remember. And I remember 56 barely, and I was 2, and I'm 70 now. So, that's why I say for the year that we cover. But if you have, um,
A project or a
yeah,
memory that's personal to you that you want to show us, yeah, we'd love to see it. We'll talk about it a little bit, but I don't know that we'll do a whole stream on it. Because although, what year did we do? 56. And we got lots of people who enjoyed that. So maybe we're wrong. We're open. The other thing is maybe if we did earlier than that, we might do a range of years or a decade or, something that widens the scope a little bit. Because, yeah, the earlier you go, the less sort of variety there is for people to pull from.
Mexican Spec says way different money, Buff Matador to Firebird. Well, I remember what I paid for that in 74. It was $39.97. It was $3 under $4,000. But, I had a military um, credit union there, and they loan you just about whatever you want. So I could have bought a lot of different cars. But I had this thing about the 74 Matador. I just loved that thing, and I decided that's what I wanted before I even looked at the price. So was 74 prior to the 5 mile an hour bumper? No. It was the beginning of 5 mile an hour bumper on both ends. 73 was 5 in the front and I think 2.5 in the back. And 74 was 5 on both ends in the US. I don't know about anybody else. They may have just got what the US got. I don't know.
Yeah, this is the beginning of the plastic bumpers in the front and rear. And I'm guessing there must be some kind of big structure under the front of that car to make it a 5 mile an hour bumper. But I'm sure if you had a 5 mile an hour impact, would that front end hold up to a 5 mile an hour collision without just
I don't know.
smack? Wow. Not anymore. Maybe when it was new, it would bounce like a big rubber baby buggy bumpers.
Mike Ken says the Mustang 2 Bricklin SV1 and Lamborghini Countach were all introduced in 74. And I remember the Bricklin. The Bricklin, man, it was like a 20 or 30 mile an hour bumper in the back. I remember you could whack those things really hard and nothing had happened to them. I mean, they really did a job there.
Yeah, Bricklin was a safety car.
What Mike N says it's called a radiator. I don't know. This is a Mexican spec car that we were talking about in the shop a couple of nights ago, and Buddy Carafano sent a link for us to show it. But up in the shop, I can't do that because we have very minimal stuff up there.
We're just not
It's a
set
sh-
up to do it.
it's a shop.
We're there to show you what we're working on and just chat, not do another show like this. This is a completely different kind of thing than being in the shop.
So anyway, that's the Mexican spec 69 Dart. What is that thing? A Dart GTS? I can't read it.
GTR?
GTS, yeah, GTS.
S.
That
What's with all these letters?
Mexican spec has,
You're
and it looks like a
confused.
GTO logo on it, but it isn't. It says 318 on it. So yeah, that is a 69. Yeah, it is. That is a 69, but that's the one that you wanted me to show it on whatever night we were in the shop. And I pulled it up on my phone, but it put the phone up in front of the camera, but that's kind of lame. So here I can pull up anything. So I'm pulling it up several days late, but it's there. What's this hit with that? Most posters sold was the Countach and Farrah Fawcett. Yeah, I think
I remember the Farrah Fawcett.
My locker in the military in my room probably had both those.
Everyone had that.
What was that show she was on? The first show she was on, the three women that were they were all some kind of cops.
Charlie's Angels.
Charlie's Angels.
Is that the one?
Yeah,
I get points?
I remember sitting there with a black and white TV in the military looking at that, and there was a guy sitting there with me, and he goes, "Man, look at her, look at her, look at her." And there's like three women there. And I go, "Which one?" He goes, "The blonde, of course." It was Farrah. So, yeah, we all had Farrah Fawcett posters. Luis, I'll be back to go to the bathroom, so don't go away. Well, you got a phone, just take in the bathroom with you.
No. No. Just do not drop your phone in the commode, because you're going to need a lot of rice if you do. A lot of rice.
There was an old guy who had an electric shop next to the automotive electric shop, and he was a retired Navy commander. And he was the job he had was the last job he had, he was commanding, I think it was 4 minesweepers. So his wasn't the rank, but his name was a Commodore, is what they called him. And he goes, yeah. So everybody called him the Commode. So he was the Commode. Freaking Navy. Okay, I got that one up, but we can show it after you're showing the Countach. Man, I like that. The early Countach, I think, looks really good. After they put all the wings and scoops and weird stuff on them, I didn't really like them. But I like them like that in 74. It looked really good. Charlie's Angels is responsible for coining the phrase TNA on television. It could have been. Mexican Spex's Jacqueline Smith was the best, of course. My buddy's mother was the stunt double for Cheryl Ladd on that show. I met them all, or he met them all. Wow. Oh yeah, 38 Racing says Gearhead, but the first poster was Welch. Yeah, Raquel Welch. I remember that. I remember that too. That Espada looks like a dog's lunch. I always liked the Espada because it was a big old 4-seat supercar. You don't see too many 4-seat supercars. Back then, I really liked that car, but I like the Countach better. I mean, when the first time I saw a Countach, it's like, oh man, look at that thing. Went by, I was on 101, which is like an interstate, but it's not an interstate, but it's the same thing. And I was in California, and I was driving north, and that thing, a red one went by, and I'm like, oh, look at that. What is that? I can't. Adrian Barbeau. I don't know who that is. Riding shotgun in the Countach. Patrick Sullivan personally, I crushed on Cheryl Ladd. Yeah, Mexican 6 is 101 is a freeway. Yeah, but if you're not from California, you don't understand what that looks like. So, um, it looks just like an interstate, but it's not an interstate. It's a freeway, but looks the same. Two lanes going this way, lanes going that way, and a divider. But it was enough of a narrow divider that I saw that thing go by, and I was like, "Oh, look at that!" You know, it was 101. It was probably up near Salinas or somewhere north of there. Okay, Mexican Spec wants you to pull up a picture of Adrian Barbo. Are you there? I don't know. Sometimes you're like,
I'm here. I'm here.
I don't know what happens.
No,
Oh, and
no. I was reading. Sometimes when I'm
okay.
reading, I don't.
Yeah, Mexican Spec. I understand all that about an interstate. Just goes from state to state, but I'm just trying to explain to people that have never been to California what it looks like. It looks like it looks just like an interstate when you're on it. I don't know what she was in.
Movies and shows. Whoop! I gotta click this button.
Yeah, that was a Bricklin. That was a pretty darn bright Bricklin, wasn't it? Swamp creature chick. Oh, I see.
Oh.
Who's Barbara Bach? Are you talking about Barbara Bach or Catherine Bach?
Oh, yeah.
101 is the business route of Route 1 in LA. Yeah, it's weird. One down south is a whole different than one up north. One up north it's a 2-lane road that winds right along the coast, Cliffhanger Road. And dropping name. How about the Anderson twins? Not sure who they are. Anderson twins.
38 Racing is here. Ray, welcome to the stream.
Well, he's been here. We've been talking to him.
Where? Ray?
Yeah.
What? Wait, hold on.
Yeah, I know. You're not. You're.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay.
Yeah, he was the one that was talking about Raquel Welch first poster. Yeah.
All right. Sorry, I'm out of touch. You're right. I'm losing it.
I know you got that glazed over look, and I'm thinking, okay.
We were supposed to be talking about cars, but now we're talking about pretty girls.
So
of stage and screen, the Anderson twins.
Oh, Audrey and Judy, BJ and the Bear. Oh yeah, they were hot. That's the only reason I watched BJ and the Bear. Oh yeah, I didn't know their real names. I remember them now. Oh, Barbara Bach is married to Ringo Starr.
Can't even search it.
Can't even search it.
You can't because
okay. And Dougster's asked twice now. Look up 74 Stutz Blackhawk.
74
Stutz. Down near the bottom. Stutz. Stutz. Blackhawk. It's a 1974 car. It's kind of it's a remake of something else, but it was in production.
All right, well, I'll look it up. Dougster's getting off in the weeds. This is something I'm not familiar with. So you're teaching me
really?
stuff? No, I don't never remember.
I remember stuff.
Car
I saw
Stutz.
one time, and it's like, whoa, look at that. And I've seen a couple of them, but they're pretty obscure car.
I figured Blackhawk would be a motorcycle. It looks a little bit like a Monte Carlo in first glance here.
Yeah, it's.
Oh no, it doesn't. What is this thing?
What is
Who
what
was
thing?
Stutz? Who built the powertrain for this? Stutz.
Oh, they took a car. They took a car and built it on some GM car.
Okay, so it's a small block Chevy kit car.
Well, it wasn't a kit car because you bought it as a car, but it was
wow! I don't want to do that.
Retired Inspector Bruce says Blackhawk or Bearcat. The Stutz Bearcat was an old car, I think. I don't think they ever redid the Bearcat. But yeah, that thing was. Yeah, or look at, yeah, I know how you figure out what it is. Search, do the same search, only add on after Blackhawk, put, oh, there it is. I was going to say dash. There, you can see it's some kind of a GM car. Might it be a Pontiac or something? Has that kind of look.
It's made from a Pontiac Grand Prix.
Oh,
I see.
where's it say that? Where's it say that?
Mexican Spec says
Oh,
that.
Mexican Spec said that. Okay. Mobile, yeah. Dougster says dental implant and a Culver's ad.
Okay, get 2 points.
2 points. Yeah, Elvis had one of these. Elvis had one of these cars, a Blackhawk. Hippie Long, Mickey Thompson ad. Really? I can see what you search. You're just searching racing stuff.
What does Culver's make?
Isn't that a hamburger place?
Oh. Okay.
It's burgers and it's like the best fast food you can ever get.
Really?
Oh, it's great stuff.
Okay.
They have one.
Familiar.
Do they have one here? I
If
know
they
I
did,
see
I
them.
drive by it and never noticed.
I know I see them, but I don't know if it's
Now I'll be looking.
if it's here or if it's in Nashville. I don't know what's nearest Culver's. I don't know. I could probably try to figure it out. Let's see if I can figure it out. Now I'm done. Now I just went down some rabbit hole here.
Culver's Butterburgers.
Oh yeah, they're good. I don't eat there very often because I haven't had one in a long time.
Olive says they're a burger and frozen custard place in Wisconsin, and they are spreading out somewhat. Well,
oh yeah, I mean they were in Arizona. The first one I ever went in was in Phoenix.
And they have good root beer.
Let's see here.
Okay. Dougster says they have good root beer.
Well, you can take care of the chat from while I'm going down this rabbit hole.
Luis Miguel says in the Wild Thornberrys movie, they have a cameo car. It is a 74 Stutz Blackhawk or thereabouts when Eliza and Darwin are going to the airport in London. Okay. I don't know. There's some weird styling cues on this Stutz. Stutz. It's really unusual.
Yes, it is.
Combination.
I don't remember who did that. It may have been. Who was the Chrysler guy? Oh no, it was way after.
It's like it's very disjointed. Yeah. It's such a unusual sort of conglomeration of things. I guess they were just trying to be custom and different, and it just doesn't. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I like it particularly. I guess I.
Okay, Kim. You know out Wilma Rudolph Boulevard? You know where the Walmart is out there and this stuff right here?
Yes.
The Culver's is back in there.
Oh, there is one here.
There is one here.
Well,
Let's
we'll
see
have
if
to
I
try it someday
so that we can put that up. It's back in there somewhere. Oh, they can't see that. I think everybody's looking at it, but they're looking at his studs.
Oh, we're going to look at your screen, and you're going to show us how to get there. Hold on a second.
Yeah, so.
Look at this.
This is Clarksville,
we have live footage of the Clarksville Stutz.
But it's
the Clarksville. What's the name of this place?
Well, this is Wilma Rudolph Boulevard. It's up toward the north end.
No, what's the name of that?
And it's there. You can see where the things are around there. It's behind the Red Lobster. It's back. That may be it back there. Like right there, somewhere back in there. That's where it is. So you got to drive back in that parking lot to Well, let me see if I can do it. Maybe I can drive back in the parking lot from here.
Mexican Spec says go get a Culver's burger and do a review. Well, that would be very out of character for my channel. Maybe that would be interesting.
Oh, there it is,
No,
right
there
there.
it is right there with the blue awnings. You know what?
It even looks like a Culver's.
Yeah. There you go. That's what a Culver's looks like. If you're ever driving past one of those.
And they look like that everywhere. Some of them are
know.
big. Some of them are bigger than that. This is actually
And it seems pretty unanimous in chat. The people who've been to a Culver's would go back.
Oh, they are wonderful places.
Oh, there you go. Now you have an extra, because honestly, most of the fast food places, I really am not all that eager to go back. We don't eat a lot of fast food. For the price, you don't always get any value in my mind anymore. So I wish I would have known about that linkage. I would have just made you buy the parts and fix your car. Now we did all that work, and now it could have just bought it. Could have just spent our money. Blue and white signs. Yep, there you go. You need to sponsor the review. It's not Mexican Spec's job to sponsor reviews of fast food places. All right.
Oh, Terry Mott says way better than McDonald's, Burger King, or Wendy's. Yeah, there's no comparison. It's it's fast food, I think, but it's a restaurant. I mean, it's great stuff. Okay, that's Wiki states the Astute Blackhawk was designed by Virgil Exner. See, that's what I thought, but he had passed away long before that. But maybe he'd done it long before it was built, because he did a bunch of those cars that were, like the Stutz, and I don't remember all the ones he did. Somebody in here will know. He did a bunch of redesigns of old names. Buddy Carafano.
We're talking about food again. We need to start later because all these people are still thinking about dinner.
This is a Buddy Carafano.
See, I like this car way better than the Stutz. This looks like,
that's enormous. Look at that back window and the top and everything. Yeah, that's a big car.
Yeah. And 74 is early to have gone to the square front end.
Virgil Exner
was something with a little more roundiness.
Virgil Exner was a hard-working, chain-smoking, hard-drinking man. I didn't know about the drinking, but I never saw the guy without a cigarette in his mouth. Yeah, that's back. I remember when I was a kid.
Back when men were men.
In the 50s, all adults smoked. I mean, I had a couple of friends, maybe one, its father didn't smoke, but usually both parents just puff on cigarettes. That's just what adults did,
I remember when my aunt pulled up and sent my older brother in to the convenience, the little local corner convenience store to get her cigarettes.
Get the cigarette. I remember kids.
Because there was kids in the car. There was two littler kids in the back seat. So she had my 10-year-old brother to go in and get her cigarettes for her so she could sit in the car with the other kids and not have to get us all out and take us into the convenience store. And the convenience store didn't question it. They knew who she was. They could see her in the car, and they did that. Now, if you got caught doing that, they would take their license, close them down, yada, yada, yada. But that would, let's see, my brother said, that would have been in late 70s, early 80s, late 70s, early 80s. But, she smoked in the car with us. It was no thing. People did that all the time. No one thought anything of it.
Here's another one from Buddy Carafano, 74 Cadillac.
That's your aunt's Pall Mall smoking vehicle. Yeah, your eyes burned and you liked it.
Buddy Carafano made an ashtray in art class. I made my father an ashtray.
I made an ashtray in art class. We all did.
I made my father an ashtray in metal shop, and I took out plastic ashtray that was really crazy shape, and I used sand and made molds, like a really nice 3D mold, and poured aluminum in it, and then where the the parting line was I had to sand that all off. I made it really nice. But my father didn't smoke. But like his whole life, he had that thing on his desk, and he had like paper clips. And it was big. It was like this big. It was full of paper clips and rubber bands and stuff like that. Mexican Spec says, I don't want any more scissor top cars.
That's back when they put ashtrays in the back seats so the kids could smoke too.
Oh, God. Every car had everybody. The parents all smoked.
Yeah.
And I remember when I was a little kid, there were kids that would go to the store, like you said, they had the note from their parents.
Yeah, but Duckster was saying about that. Same thing.
Yep.
Bring a note to the gas station up the street to get my mom smokes.
So now you send your kid like to the store to buy not smokes, anything. And they arrest the parents for child abuse because they made them walk like a block or two by themselves. It's like, what?
We walked miles and miles.
Oh, we walked everywhere.
But my mom would tell us, that's why we had lots of kids. So if something happened, we'd have some extras. You know, now people only can afford to have one. They have to keep close tabs on them. They're worried somebody's going to abduct them. My parents weren't worried someone was going to abduct us because nobody wanted more kids.
We want more kids.
Like, who would want our kids? You know how bad.
You taking off?
I'm coming back.
Okay.
It's already been an hour. I'm going to refill my beverage. Look, I got a hole. I got a hole in my pants.
What? Oh, geez. That's skin.
No, it's not. That'd be photograph.
You get to see Kim's hole in her pants. I'm looking at pictures here. Sorry.
Rounding up some water.
But I'm waiting for Kim to reduce the size of this. This is a Mexican spec car, but she's got to fix the whatever it is. See, Gearhead says, I remember back in the early 90s going to both local hospitals. Grandfather was sick. Smoking lounge was right by the elevators. Yep, I remember people smoking in hospitals. I remember grocery stores. People walking around grocery stores smoking, and they put their cigarette on the floor and crush it out with their foot. They're like dead cigarettes all over the grocery store. .38 racing, walking a mile for your mom's camels. Oh my God! Yeah. Dougster says I was in welding school and vocational center. Mexican Spec says that's the wrong color. John Wilburn, good evening. How you doing? Yeah, I'm waiting for him to come back to reduce the size of that Mustang a bit. Hippie Long, Mexico. That red Mustang 2 V8 manual. Yeah, I think they were all V8s there, weren't they? I think so.
Oh, that reminds me too, as you know, in 74, was asbestos still good? Asbestos still good?
Yep, John Wilburn
says. Welcome to the stream, John. We were just talking about you an hour ago.
I remember that. Cigarettes are litter and a fire hazard.
Well, absolutely.
Can you reduce that?
Reduce that? Where's your magic wand?
It's just like, like a phone. Go like this.
Yeah. How you use the magic wand.
Okay, so this is a Mexican spec car.
All right. That's a nice looking car. What did John Wilburn say?
Luis says, I have a 70 Mustang Mach 1. Wow. I had a 69, which is very similar. But the 70 had single headlights, and the 69 was the only year it had quad headlights. But anyway, yeah, very, very similar car. The 70 was probably a little nicer inside. John Wilburn, people would smoke in the grocery store, and every restaurant table had an ashtray. Do not miss a smoker's world. See, I remember I left California in 91, and restaurants had smoking sections and non-smoking sections. And they were required to do that, but of course the smoke would all kind of waft over.
Yeah, there was not even a wall between the two sections.
Then I moved to Ohio, and I remember calling a friend of mine in California. I said, man, they don't have smoking and non-smoking sections here. They have smoking sections and chain smoking sections. You walk in a restaurant, it was just, you were like in the clouds, you know. It was horrible.
And the
I just didn't even want to go in a restaurant
the
after my first
yellow would
time.
stick to the walls,
Oh
and
God.
and the glass, and it would run down like ooze down the. Oh, it was horrible. It was horrible. So bad, so bad. And I don't know what year it was that asbestos. They figured out asbestos was bad and finally admitted it, right? But early in the process of filtered cigarettes, there used to be all non-filtered, and then they started putting filters on cigarettes because it was healthier. Well,
What was it, asbestos?
one of the early filter options was an blue asbestos filter, which is some of the worst kind of asbestos.
Gotta put
So,
asbestos
as
in
if it
this.
wasn't bad enough that you were smoking, you were sucking in asbestos dust.
Like in yellow stained drop ceilings. Oh man, how well I remember that.
Oh my gosh, yeah. And then dust would stick to the yellowness and just.
Well, I remember our house. My mother smoked, like
Oh,
3 packs
yeah,
a day.
he really was
And
bad.
oh man, we had that forced air ventilation. I had a piece of sheet metal up in there to keep the air from the heater coming in there. Of course, we're in California, so the coldest it got was like 45 or 50. And I kept a towel under my door, and I kept my window open year round. I kept my window open. I just hated it. And when I was like junior high and high school, my clothes all just reeked of cigarette smoke. It was embarrassing. I don't miss that at all. I don't like smoke.
And even into the early 80s, the teachers' lounge was a smoking room.
Oh, yeah.
You were so all the teachers would run down to the smoking lounge to catch a quick smoke between classes. Man, I had elementary school teachers that smoked, right? So they had a whole classroom of kids and they had to go outside to smoke. They weren't allowed to smoke in class anymore. Were teachers ever allowed to smoke in class?
I don't think so.
So they had to go outside to smoke. So they had to have the other teacher come in and watch. One of the teachers would stand in the hallway and watch two classrooms so the other could go out and catch a smoke a couple
Bruce,
times a day.
retired Inspector Bruce says it was easy to find a leak in an airframe. Just look for the brown streak.
Oh, jeez, where the air leaks out.
See, and he and I were in the Air Force at the same time, so his early days work on airplanes were Air Force aircraft. But then I think he spent most of his life working on airliners or inspecting airliners. He was an inspector. So, yeah, that's pretty funny. BNR Racing, I'm a cigarette smoker, no longer drink alcohol. Yeah, I don't want to say too much about it. It's what killed my mother. She quit smoking a year before she died, but it was way too late. And it wasn't lung cancer, it just ruined her circulatory system. And she had last couple of years of her life, she had so many heart attacks. She's just in pain from heart attacks, you know. And eventually it got her.
The smoking age didn't change until 1988. I did not realize that. I had no idea that was 88. Wow.
Wow, in high
Not
school
the
you're
pile-on smokers, right? Because there are way worse habits to have in the world than to enjoy smoking. So I don't mean to. It was something that was very. We're talking about 74 and the 70s, and it was just a thing. It was common of the time that people today might, younger people, they didn't grow up in that world. And if you drop them into 1974, they'd be like, "Whoa, this is different." You know? Okay.
Bruce says my favorite phrase in basic training, smoke guns, you got them. You know what? Bruce and I were in the Air Force in basic training flights that were right next to each other. We were like, they call them, I think, sister flights. And so I kind of knew who he was, but then when we went up to Illinois to school, then we got to know each other really well. It was pretty cool. But I remember that basic training, and it was one of the better feelings I had after like a week and a half or 2 weeks of marching all over, and these guys yelling at us. It just, they put you through misery. And they finally let everybody at ease and smoke them if you got them. And man, the smokers, man, they hadn't smoked like in 2 weeks. And it's the only time I ever thought, yeah, it was just it was a reward, for putting up with that crap it was probably at least 2 weeks. And but after that, I didn't really like cigarette smoke. They ran our ass off. We marched everywhere and ran, and it was. If any of you've been through basic training, it's just it's a real mind game. Uh, yeah, yeah, Bruce, man, I remember that. I remember the building. I remember everything. I remember where we were. It was pretty cool. What I remember marching around is I knew what the guy's head in front of me, what the back of his head looked like, and I remember his name. His last name was Ward. I remember he'd get out of step, and I'd hear and I was really having trouble not stepping on the guy's feet when I'm marching, and DIV over there yelling, "Ward, quit bouncing, quit bouncing!" The guy, he tried to get back into marching. I remember it so well. Oh God, I don't ever regret going through that, but I wouldn't want to do it again. Okay, let's see here. We were looking at one of Mexican Specs cars, and now
we will. We'll bring it back.
We got cigarette machines
He asked
up here.
if you could bring up the white car.
The white car. Okay, I'll have to find it. I'll have to find the white car.
And someone that mentioned the cigarette vending machines, I remember they had the really pretty, like, knobs on them, and it was a really satisfying cha-chunk that made the cigarettes come out back in the day. It
was a big pull handle, and then they fall down.
I don't know who took me to the bar and sent me down the hallway. There's a cigarette machine at the arcade. Oh. Maybe it was at the bowling alley at the arcade.
John Wilbert says, I remember those wild to go to Vegas where it's still as smoky as the 80s. I was in, we stayed in the Luxor. Looks like a big pyramid. Got a light shooting straight out the top into space. We were in the Luxor. They ain't smell of smoke in the rooms. But I go downstairs to the casino one night to get something. What are you doing?
I want the engine picture from that red car. I'll bring that back.
Okay, I'll get it. You got to bring this back up, though. Okay, there. Now I can do it. And, man, that was smoky casino.
Yeah, okay. Indoor air quality is definitely way
Look at how nice shape this Mustang is.
Yeah. Man, I would not want a white interior in my car. Like, I think
you wanted to see this engine. It is
I just want to see what it is.
Small block Ford. It's probably a 302.
Yeah. It looked nice in the picture. It just looks like a regular engine now, though.
The Luxor is cheap, and there's a reason. Is it cheap? I don't know. Oh, ads.
Is Vegas cheap? No.
Well, Luxor. He says Luxor is cheap.
I think he means in comparison to other places, probably.
The Luxor.
No lead in the fuel. When did they take the lead out?
Well, it was by the 1975 year model. You couldn't put leaded gas in a 75 year model, so it was late in 74. But the unleaded had been creeping in. You could buy it at gas stations.
Right, and you knew it was coming.
You knew it was coming. 1975 year model came, there was no choice. They had a smaller place to put the gas in, and the gas pumps were smaller diameter tube, and it was the only thing that would fit in there. John Wilbur says it's one of the cheapest places on the strip. You know why I stayed there? Because it looked cool, and I wanted to stay in the place just because it was such a weird place. And the elevators in there are in the corners of the building, and they go on an angle like this. So you stand in the elevator, and you could feel it moving up and down along that shape of the pyramid. But I had friends that stayed at the same time. Well, he comes in here, Rick Shea. He and his wife stayed in, there's another hotel. I can't think of the name of it, but they're adjoined by like a big old shopping mall full of restaurants and all kinds of stuff. And so you can walk out of the Luxor and you can walk over to the other hotel, Mandalay Bay. It's Mandalay Bay, and you walk through this great place with all these restaurants and everything. Yeah, they're moving diagonally.
I want to re-clarify about the white interior. I don't dislike the white interior, just I could not possibly own a white interior. I ruin everything. And a white interior, it was just, it'd be ruined the first time I went anywhere. What's up?
You took your break. I need to take my break.
Okay, well, I can keep things going.
You got to keep things going for a few
All
minutes.
right.
And you can, well, you can't mess with
Well,
these
I'll bring my
pictures, but
cigarette machines
you can bring your cigarette machines back. Yeah.
I really did love a cigarette machine. There's actually still some of them out there, but they have to be in a.
Probably in Mexico.
No, I knew a bar that had one, but you have to be over 21 to even enter the bar. So they're allowed to have a cigarette machine because no one under 21 is. But they have to card for the purchase of cigarettes. So now that I think about it, I don't know how they can get away with having a machine. Okay, there was something. Oh, we were talking about the lead in fuel, or someone mentioned the lead. Mike mentioned the lead in the fuel, and the expertise, the thing that I know about the lead in fuel, right, is that the lead was valuable in that it changed the it improved the octane of fuel, and it also it improved the octane, and it had a tendency to deposit on the exhaust valve seats and cushion them so that they would not burn the seats. So they had to come up with a way to harden seats. So they started Mopar, Chrysler started induction hardening the valve seats in cast iron heads in anticipation of the changes to fuel. So that was a pretty big change. And earlier cars, if you drive the earlier Mopars, if you barn find one, you better understand that you're going to burn the valves. And I have pulled many a Slant 6 apart with receded valves that were burned because, people did not maintain the fuel additives. I know the cylinder head on my Dart, and probably the cylinder head on his Valiant, I don't think there's any of the induction hardening left in the valve seats. So if we're running fuel, we probably should be running some kind of lead substitute. And then I've seen people complain that the lead substitute did not work, but valve jobs was a common thing. Lubricated the valve. Valve jobs was a common thing. It was not a big deal for a car with 50,000 or 100,000 miles to need a valve job. People were like, wow, you got that much mileage out of it and only just now needs a valve job? Valve jobs were a thing. Now everybody expects everything to last 150,000 miles or more before the first maintenance interval. They started that thing with the gold-pressed Latinum spark plugs that last 200,000 miles. Like, what car lasts 200,000 miles? But anyways, it all changed. Looking to the effect of leaded fuels turning folks into idiocracy. Yeah, good for cars is not necessarily good for people or the environment. We know that. I'm not saying that they should have left the lead in there. I'm just saying that it changed how cars had to be manufactured. And induction hardening was basically electrical heating of just localized portion of the cast iron. That's a pretty neat kind of thing. There you go. Pontiac started induction hardening valve seats in 71 and 72. There you go. So they knew it was coming. They probably knew that lead was not so great, you know. The Romans had all lead pipes. Well, plumbing, the word plumbing is derived from lead. PB is lead. So, yay, lead. Don't eat your lead. The 1987 Ferengi Marauder, the pressed Latinum Ferengi Marauder. Yes, that's a nice car. A Ferengi Marauder. Look it up. I think the washer tank is the one closer to the front. Yeah, that would be the one. This one here. What's this one? Is that the coolant overflow? I don't know. It's not even hooked to anything. The radiator coolant overflow tube is not connected yet, but it's just a little piece of hose. The clarification in the lead pipes actually kept the lead from leaching into the calcification. See, gearhead, the calcification reduces the lead in pipes, but I had a friend, right, in the spring, their water came from a cistern, which would be standing water in an underground vault, right? And it would get organic matter and the water would turn acidic. Now, so if for some reason your water became acidic, now it begins to dissolve the calcification and absorb things like lead. So it doesn't actually protect you, it's not good. It's not good. But, you know, less than 10 years ago, I was still digging up lead pipes in Pittsburgh that were in use. And no, calcification does not entirely protect you from lead. And
Sharon, PA.
Yeah.
Just lead pipes everywhere.
Some old houses had lead water supply lines. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, Mexican Spec wanted me to show this.
That's what happened in Flint. What happened in Flint? The water changed acidity, or the calcification protected them. I don't know. I just know their water quality went bad, and that their government, instead of doing something about it, hid it from them and just let people get poisoned and embezzled the money. Because jerks.
See, those wheels would fit on my car.
Now
that would look okay.
I like that car. That's really nice. Is that another Mexican Spec car?
That's a Mexican Spec car.
Wow,
he was asking
nice
me.
Car.
He would. Fair lives forever. He was asking me to put up the white one, so I put up the white one.
That's a sporty looking car.
Yeah, it's a '74 Mustang, but because it's Mexican, it's probably got the V8 in it, which was not available in the U.S. until '75. Oh, look at that, manual transmission, and
seats looked recovered. Very nice.
Yeah, there you go, a V8.
Wow.
In a '74.
It looks like somebody been over that car end to end. It really looks good.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice car. Mexican Spec's got I assume this is one you have in your listing. So Spec, how much for that Cobra 2? You know what? You probably have to. Can you put the link up for his? Or you can put it up, Mexican Spec. Put up the link for your Instagram. And then you can see all his cars with the prices and everything. You know.
They backflushed the regular water supply with bad water. I see. Mistakes were made, and instead of trying to resolve it, I don't know. I don't know the specifics of what happened in Flint. I don't know. I know that.
Blister the Saber. I remember melting lead fishing sinkers to pour in a mold to make lead soldiers. Probably wrecked my mind. And I remember taking old batteries and busting them all apart and melting the lead in them to make counterweights for home-built airplanes.
So the real danger with melting lead is you absolutely do not want to boil lead. If you are in a room with lead that is boiled, you'll kill yourself.
You can boil it? I didn't even know you could boil it.
The boiling point of lead is much lower than most metals. I mean, obviously you can make it molten and it can be liquid, and dealing with liquid lead is dangerous, but it won't, it can be handled safely. But if you overheat your lead and it begins to boil, you will breathe it in and it will kill you. It'll get into your system in huge amounts, and yeah, that's the really, really bad. So if you are ever working with lead, because it is still all around us, and it is if you're soldering, if you are working on batteries, it can be handled safely. But if you are heating it, you need to be very aware of the fact that if you boil it, if you overheat it, it becomes incredibly toxic very quickly. You never want to. The gassing off of lead can kill you, same as galvanized pipes. Right, Kieran. So, proper material handling is incredibly important to understand. Oh, there's a nice looking
Who sent this in?
Nova or Ventura.
It's a GTO. It's a 74. That's the 1 year. Because we're in 74. It's the 1 year they used the GTOs on the Nova body.
Is that considered a shaker hood because it's attached to the motor?
Yeah, I don't know if that's what they called it. That's what Chrysler called it.
That's a Chrysler terminology.
Yeah, I think so. But that's what everybody called them.
The Mad Hatter was Mercury.
Well, Mercury wasn't good either.
Well, see, the terminology "mad as a hatter," they use lead in the rims of those big hats and stuff like that. So lead or mercury would make you nuts. So to say "mad as a hatter," you're implying that they've ingested too much of some type of metal. So I don't know. Mercury? Does mercury poison make you crazy, or does it just kill? I think mercury just makes you dead. I don't think mercury makes you crazy first, but I could be wrong. But mercury is much more rare. You don't run into, like, people working in the automotive industry run into lead all the time. It's still
Paul Patui. Okay, so Paul, you're the one that sent in the link to the wiper parts. I want to thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. If I hadn't already spent,
no, is it? No, that isn't who sent it in.
No.
I don't know who sent it in. Who sent in the link? Who sent in the link to the Fairmont wiper arm? Somebody in here, I don't know, they sent it like a few days ago. So whoever did that, thank you. But I don't want to read the name they have here because it's probably
B&R Racing says functional shaker hood on the 74 GTO. Yeah, I like it. I like when it's functional. That's cool. Right? Form follows function, I think, is just very satisfying to me. I think when you tack something on there just to look nice, but it has no use, to me, it's offensive. Like, you're just wasting energy to try and make it look cool. I don't like that.
Then Inspector Bruce sent this in. I might be able to zoom that in myself. Oh, I can.
That's a sweet little car.
That's a Fiat 124 Spider. The guy across the street from me was when I was a kid. I was a teenager. I don't know, he's a doctor or something. Or maybe a dentist. But he had one of these. His was blue, but he loved that thing. Next says Fiat, no thanks. Yeah, these are fun to drive though. But I mean, but Bruce wants one. Inspector Bruce. B&R, it's a Pontiac 350 only engine option and 74 GTO. Oh yeah, but you know what you could do with that? You could put any Pontiac engine in it now, you know. Ooh, Fiat looks good, but it turns. I don't know. I don't know if I'd really want one, but Bruce wants one. And I remember the guy across the street from me. I think he was a dentist, but he loved that thing. I remember the day he bought it. He called me over. Come on across the street, look at my car, you know, because he knew I like cars. Fun to drive when they're running, which is not often. Yeah, you put aluminum Buick in that. Oh man.
Mike N says Looney is a house painter. Those guys are a little off. The thing about painting is there's always the prep work, and you ingest a lot of lead paint if you're not careful. So
Well, I want to thank Bruce for sending it because
thank you, Bruce.
Bruce hasn't been sending any pictures in, and he did. That's pretty cool. K. Nelson, my father bought one of those 124 midlife crisis purchases. Oh yeah, put a Hayabusa in the Fiat. Crap, put two Hayabusas in the Fiat. You ever hear two of those things accelerating together up the street? It's just like at the same RPM. It just sounds so good, man. Um,
Mexican Spec does not like the Fiat. I think it'd be a fun little car. I like the styling.
oh, Bruce says sentimental value. This was my first purchase of any car. Man, I remember I bought a car. I bought a $200 Ford 1962 Ford 4-door sedan in when I at Chanute Air Force Base in Illinois, and Bruce was there, and he and I went all over the place in that Ford. And but I never knew. I don't even remember what car you ended up with because you ended up at Beale Air Force Base, and I ended up at Travis Air Force Base. They're about 90 miles apart, so I didn't see Bruce much for many years because we just the Air Force does that. They send you around, and then one day you meet up again. You know.
Is that rain?
Bruce says my first head gasket replacement was my Fiat. Fix it again, Tony. What do they say about Fords? What does Ford stand for?
Found on road dead.
Found on road dead. Yeah, we used to say first on race day. You always got to think of something else.
Tommy Hamlin is here. Says good evening from Dublin. Welcome to the
Oh,
stream.
wow.
Wow, what?
Yeah, from Dublin. Steve Edwards is here. Get Smart Car.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Who has bought the Smart Car that's here? Let's see. Pretty long. I started with an X19, grew to 4 of them. Got Brava engine, spent dollars. Got to California, and a VW bug smoked me by my Fiat. Yeah, but you know what? An X19 is such a fun car to drive. It's just such a fun car to drive. They're like a go-kart for the street. I mean, you move the steering wheel this far and it goes, whoa, whoa. They're just so much fun. Yeah, Tao, fix a repair daily. Nah, first on race day. Yeah, Mexican Six says they dealt with quite a few Fiats and they all had problems. Yeah, that's what I used to think. I had a friend, his girlfriend's mother bought a Fiat, and he was helping him with whatever car she had, and then she got that, and he goes, no. And right away, that thing was in my radiator shop, and he had to do something. He was pulling a heater core out of it or something right away. And it's like, oh man. He said, can I do that? Excuse me. He says, can I do that here? I said, yeah. Oh, I'm trying to figure out how to do this. How do you do this? I want this. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure out how. Oh, there's how you can do that. Okay, this is from Paul Pachui, I think. I gotta find it now. Okay, I'll try to zoom that in. He says that's his Oldsmobile, which is the same body as the Novas and those GTOs and everything.
You know,
Pretty
I'm
good.
not the biggest fan of a vinyl top, but it looks good on that car.
Looks good.
It
Yeah.
looks like it should be there. I think that maybe that this is the kind of car that they started thinking, well, vinyl tops look good. We should put them on everything. It's like,
Inspector Bruce says I drove that Fiat through many blizzards. Where were you that there were blizzards? Because you were at Beale Air Force Base. Which I don't think there were blizzards there. And then you were in San Francisco area working on for one of the airlines there. I wonder where he was. See, he went somewhere I didn't know about. Mexican Spec says we had an 86 Bertone Roadster. Yeah, that's a Fiat X19. I don't know if it's Bertone or Bertoni. Don't know how to pronounce it. Fiat 1987 at the Chevy dealer. It was 1 year old and I couldn't get down the street with it. They didn't get better with age. Paul Bajui says, I'm going to make it an early night. Hey, I got your car in just in time then.
thanks for coming, Paul. Thanks for sending us a photo, and we'll see you again soon. Be back next
I
week.
kind of like that. That's one of the better looking Omegas I've seen.
Yeah, I like it.
No, sir, it was like a 124, not the X19. Oh, the Bertone Roadster? Really? Okay, because there was one that said, didn't the last X19 say Bertone on it as well? I don't know. Oh, yeah. Retired Inspector Bruce says, Ellsworth, South Dakota, after tech school. Oh, you went to Ellsworth. Oh, I thought you went right to Beale. You went to Ellsworth. I didn't know that. Oh, yeah, that's up there in the cold. I lived in South Dakota when I was 6th grade, summer before and summer after, and during 6th grade. And they're blizzards. Guaranteed. Oh, yeah. Heavy long east of San Francisco on I-80 is Donner Pass. Yeah, I remember that place. Yep. Commercials. Hey, Luis is taking off. Take care.
Good luck, Luis. Have to go to driving school. You'll do fine.
Ellsworth is going through an overhaul. They moved the bomber squadron to GF. Where's GF? Can't think of where GF is. GF, I should know. Netflix ad for Tavo. 2 points for Tavo.
Do they have to advertise? I'm surprised.
Tim's Mazda ad.
Okay. Mazda. Boy, you loved your Mazda. I shouldn't even bring it up.
Oh, Grand Forks. Okay, Grand Forks, sure.
Okay.
There's a great school there. I should have gone to one of those aeronautical engineering schools, and I didn't.
Mexican Spec, maybe some people don't know what Netflix is, but I'm not going to complain that they're advertising because they're giving us pennies. So,
Wow.
Bruce,
Bruce went all over the place. Ellsworth, then Castle Air Force Base, then NKP Thailand. Man, I didn't know you went all those places. Then Beale. See, all I knew about was Beale.
Terry Mott had a Mazda ad. You get your 2 points. Calling out advertisers. I guess they're trying to sell you some Mazdas. They know we're talking about cars, and they're like, "Hey,
Bruce,
Mazda sells cars."
Bruce, they ran you all over the place. That's pretty cool. I went to Travis Air Force Base, and man, once at Travis, always at Travis. I knew people that got to Travis, and they stayed there their whole career. Their kids grew up, went to school, graduated, and they're still at Travis. And the only way I got off Travis was I signed up for every TDY I could find. Every time there's a list for a TDY, which is temporary duty for anybody that hadn't been in the military, TDYs were 89 days or less. Once it goes over 90 days, it's a permanent change of station. It's a PCS move, and you got to take all your stuff and move. But TDYs, you just go and you come back. So I signed up for every TDY I could, and I got a lot of them. They say don't volunteer in the military, but what I learned about volunteering in the military, you get some pretty good duty. Tommy Hanlon, Fiat. As the engine gets worn out, they shed metal off the chassis to compensate for the loss in power. It's like every car in the Northeast here. That's pretty good. I got to remember that one. Mike N, I had a Mazda 6 that I treated like dog shit and it held together. Tough little car. Yeah, mine was a pretty tough little car. I got run off the road by a guy and went backwards to a cable barrier for like 400. The cop said 400 yards. What is that? That's 1,200 feet going backwards at 70 miles an hour. With gravel and steel and crap flying everywhere. And I was just sitting there. Went for the ride. Had to climb out through the window because I couldn't. Car was all messed up. But yeah, it basically took care of me. I got some neck issues.
It was designed to protect him, and it sure did.
Yeah.
I
She thought
cannot imagine what the fallout would have looked like if my Dart would have been in the same accident. And the Dart's made out of steel, but I don't know that it would have held up to that.
I wouldn't ride through that in a Dart.
I don't know that it would have been
the
same outcome.
Mazda 6 sets really low. You kind of sit down into it, and it handles really good. So you get spun around backwards, going sideways and backwards and everything. They don't tend to flip over. And yeah, it was built with crumple zones and everything, and it crumpled, but didn't crumple where I was. And why do you keep saying Mexican speaking? And he said duty. Why did they pick on me for saying duty? Yeah, there's active
duty. It's funny. Ha 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 ha. You said duty.
I guess.
That means poop.
Oh, is that what that means?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You didn't understand. It was I understood.
See, I never understood that.
It made me chuckle slightly.
DUTY. Active duty. Yeah, Mexican Spec says if I'd been an SUV, it would have been a lot. Or yeah, I probably would have been upside down. If I would have been in that 66 Dart, I probably would have been. Oh, that would have been terrible. Someday, when everything's settled down and I can talk about it, I'll tell you a little more about it. Let's see. Kim walked away, so I don't know what's going on there. No reason. Okay, well, I'm going to look at my emails. Tavo, down here we pronounce it duty. Ah, like the U is a U. Oh, what's this? Buddy Carafano. There's something here that says 74 cop car. Let's see what that is. Oh my God. Yeah, it's a Blues Brothers. Oh yeah. It's sort of overdone. How'd you like to have that PA system? It's like, get the hell out of my way. Yeah, Mexican Spec, I know. There's a ton of emails sitting here. I haven't gotten all of them. Yeah, there's 3 of them stacked up here from you, Mexican Spec. There's a 74 Chevelle. I'll pull that up right now. Oh, a lot of pictures. It's gonna take me a few seconds to download those. If If I download them all at once, it comes in a zip file, and then I got to mess with it. Or I can download each one individually, and then it takes me a few more seconds. But it's not like having to unzip something and then it goes to another folder. Let's see what I got here. Here we go. Oops, didn't come up. Oh man, look at that thing. Kim, you got to see this.
I'm on my way.
This is a Mexican spec car that it's a weird picture, but it looks really cool. But there's a whole bunch of them. Yeah, Grand Forks and Minot are, yeah, ICBM Defense. Well, I remember Minot. I knew a lot of people. I knew a lot of people.
Usually you hate pictures that those angle.
I know. I
pictures.
just like the colors and everything. It's a detail that I like, not especially the angle. But
Yeah. Yeah, that's a desirable vehicle right there. Look, there's my hole in my pants again.
You're standing there just showing off the hole in your pants.
Hole in my pants.
Well, he worked on KC 135 or B52. I'm guessing by base. Oh, this is just a Malibu. It's not the Lumina. The Lumina has a different nose piece on it.
Holes in my pants.
Oh, Kim.
Step right over it and watch me put it down.
I don't know, Bruce. Can I tell you? See, I know what you worked on at Beale, but I don't know if you want to say what you worked on at Beale. But I'm guessing you worked. Maybe he's right. KC 135s, B52s, and he and I went in '73, in like mid 1973. We were in school, so you would have been in like 73, 74, 75, 76, like that. Oh, it's a Laguna tail. Yeah, well, there's a Laguna. Yeah, but the front end's not a Laguna.
Guys, I had to put take my contacts out. I'm sorry. Usually I try and look my best for the stream, but
Oh yeah, the old air cleaner flipped over.
irritating. Oh, that gives you what? How many horsepower that add?
I think it's 3.
3 horsepower is a lot to get by just flipping the air filter over.
What happened there? Oh, it's another.
It's a bigger picture.
It's a bigger picture, and they painted the radiator hold down panel and the fan shroud the same color as the car, which looks kind of good, and the 2 braces there. I kind of like that.
Yeah, I think were the
Yeah.
braces not? What color were the braces from the factory?
I think they were just black.
Okay,
Kim,
Laguna.
maybe you can pull up instead of the cigarette machines over there.
Yeah.
Maybe you can pull up the 74 Laguna so people could see what the Laguna looks like.
Okay.
Because the front end is definitely, oh, look at that. I just think the color and everything and the wheels, that's pretty cool looking.
Okay, which part of the car do you want to see? Front.
Well, that's a
rear?
70. Oh, that's a 74. You're right. Just the one that says 74. Yeah, just pull it up. Okay, retired Inspector Bruce. B-52 at Ellsworth. Castle. CH-53 and OV-10 in Thailand. Yeah, SR-71 and U2. See, that's what I knew you were working on, SR-71s. That's pretty cool. Got to work on SR-71s. Not everybody gets that duty. I suppose it's like any airplane. It's just, there's stuff that's pain in the ass and stuff that's okay, but it's just cool to be able to say that you worked on that airplane. See, there's the front end of a Laguna. And let me see if I can make this go to wherever we were. Yeah, and you can compare it to the front end for this. Same car, but the nose piece is different. I really like the Laguna front end. Maybe you want to tell I sure look. Supermarket Series J. I meant to say supercar. Yeah, it spell check changed supercar to supermarket.
Can you zoom in on that? Or that one doesn't
I
zoom in?
can zoom in on that. Yep. Yeah, 1950s tech. Yeah, it probably was, but it was. You
That's a
know, you
Mexican
you
spec.
were at it in the 70s, and that airplane had been flying since the late 60s, 67, something like that. And so it's pretty cool that you worked on it, you know. Bruce, you ever do chase car? You do? Yeah, it's the pilots that drive that thing. Bruce, can you tell everybody what kind of job you had? I was a jet engine mechanic, and I worked on C-141s, which is now an airplane that's gone, C-5s, which are still around. Oh, it says got to watch with the crew chiefs. Oh, the crew chiefs drove those. Oh, I thought it was the pilots that drove them. It's the crew chiefs. I didn't know that. Um, and the and then I worked on the APUs, which is um, the small engines that are used to start the big engines, and they're in airplanes. They're in big airplanes, or in there, or sometimes they're in carts, ground power units.
Mexican spec says it's important on this car that it has the V8 badging because most of these had inline six cylinders.
Oh, I noticed that V8. That's something. That's a logo I had never seen on a before. That must be a Mexican only badge. Your hippie long B-52's just got new lease on life, new engines. Yeah, I don't think they're finished. Have they even test flown that yet? I know they're working on it. Uh, yeah, 100 year service life. Can you believe that? Uh, Bruce says avionics tech, instruments, and autopilot tech. Yeah, he's an electronics guy.
I want to check on something.
You want to check on
Don't get too
something?
distracted.
Okay. Kim grabbed my mouse. I don't know what she's doing.
Do you have?
What are you looking for?
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't mean to do that.
Well, you did it. What are you trying to do? And then maybe I can do it.
Just go back to where you were. I'm sorry.
I don't know how to fix that. Let's see. What can I do to fix that? There, that's what I can do to fix that.
Sorry.
Next inspect. People put on what they can find, and here it's Gregor's. Well, I think Gregor's look okay. Okay, yeah. Bruce says SR leaked like a sieve on the ground. Hangar floor had drip pans everywhere. Wow. Mexican specs. What? What did she grab? She grabbed my mouse. That would be this thing. You know what a mouse looks like?
We have individual mice because
We have
he's on a
individual
different
mice.
computer than me. And I splice it all together to bring you the thing that we call the stream. Yep.
Patrick Sullivan. Wait, 100-year service? No. It's supposed to be a 100-year service. The B-52 was first flown in 1952, so they're talking about
not retiring them.
Not retiring until like 2050 or a little after. And the joke in the Air Force, of course, is the parents of future B-52 pilots have not been born yet. How would you like to be in the Air Force? Man, I'm going to fly an F-16 or an F-22 or something, and you get a 100-year-old B-52. Oh, man. Oh, mouse. It's not... No smoking signs in the hangar. Yeah, I bet. My dad ran us out of propane and can't get it filled until Thursday at the earliest. Thankfully, it's not too cold here in western Wisconsin. Oh, man. You need some wood.
Oh.
You need a wood stove.
Oh.
Yes. somebody else asked me something. Tommy Hamlin, is takeoff from the deck totally controlled by deck crew until airborne? Well, I'm not sure what that is. That like Navy stuff from a aircraft carrier? I don't know. I worked mostly in the shop on jet engines on stands. They'd roll a jet engine in, and they'd roll a bunch of them in, but we'd get one and it'd be some problem with it, and we'd have to take the engine apart and replace parts and put it back together, and then we'd send it to test cell, and they'd run it at test cell and either pass or fail. Hopefully it passes. We had a few fail, and then they come back and you take it apart again. But usually they come back after test cell, and then you go through and you make sure all the safety wires and everything are the way it's supposed to be, and then a couple of inspectors hit it, and they usually find a couple of things wrong, and eventually the engine gets rolled on a stand to a place where it's a spare, and then when they have to change an engine on the airplane, they take the spare and send the bad engine to the shop, and then the process starts all over again. So we were never short on bad engines. We had plenty to work on. So mostly I was in a building working on engines, so I'd hear the airplanes outside, but that was it.
Mexican Spec asks a good question: is doesn't metal fatigue? How can they be airworthy after so? How can they recertify a plane that's going to be 100 years old?
Oh, they've
Can you
done
explain
they've
that?
done wing upgrades on them. They've done Bruce was avionics, but yeah, they've done upgrades on like on wings and wing spars and stuff. Oh, dog, I love the 810 Warhog. 810 Warhog.
A10?
Oh, A10. Yeah, the A10's pretty cool airplane, but I think its life is nearly over. Sadly, because it's a great airplane. It was built by Fairchild. Fairchild's been out of business for eons. So now what? I guess they're getting parts from somewhere. It's that airplane went into service when I was in the Air Force, so that was probably like 1974 or 5 or 6, somewhere in there. I remember the first A10s and it was really cool, but you know, that's a lot of years ago. Yeah, Garrett says they're still talking about retiring the A10. Yeah, if you're anywhere near Tucson, Arizona, you go down there and that's one of the bases where they fly them all the time. There was a wrecking yard there, a U-Pullet wrecking yard. I used to go with my friend from Tucson, and we'd be in there, and those A10s would be flying over all the time. I mean, low. That was pretty fun. I've seen them fly at air shows. Sure looked like easy targets at the time. I'm sure they were flying just above stall. Was that the A10s? A10s. Yeah, A10, the only aircraft built around a gun. Yeah, that thing is incredible. It's a ground support, it's a pretty good thing. Mexican Spec, I sent a 74 Datsun 510 wagon, even though they stopped selling them in the U.S. And okay, I'll find it, because I know it's there. I kind of quit looking at the email because there was so many of them, but I'll look and see where that is. Yeah, you also sent a 74 Duster. Oh yeah, there's not a huge number of pictures there. Come on, I'm missing the arrow. Yeah, I like the 510s you had there because they have a different engine.
Patrick Sullivan was talking about the B-52s at the air shows. Do they fly them near stall speed for the air shows? Or are they a lot faster than that?
Oh, B-52. I don't know what they stall at there. Of course, it depends on how, stall speed in level flight depends on, of course, the weight of the airplane. So if they're not carrying a full load of bombs and full load of fuel, they're a lot, they'll fly a lot slower.
Well, he was saying they look like an easy target, but he assumes that's because they're flying slowly. Does that make sense, or
It was an easy target in Vietnam, man. A lot of B-52 crews ended up in the Hanoi Hilton, and yeah, And they were way up there, as high as they could fly, and they'd still get taken out by missiles. This is a Mexican spec car. It's a 74 Datsun 510. Yeah, drones have changed everything. Yeah, that's a business I was in. The um, last, I don't know, 13 years or so that I was out there in Yuma. That's what I worked on. I guess actually it's 15 years. Worked on the bigger drones, not the smaller ones. Yeah, look at the red line tires. Are those red line tires, or is that red on the rims?
I think that's on the rim.
Yeah, it could be. I don't know. It looks kind of cool.
Yeah.
Or I thought there was a.
That car looks well put together. I like it.
Oh, I missed a picture here. One of the pictures didn't download. Hang on a second.
Gearhead says, and AI will change it all. Yeah, AI is going to be. They're going to use it. That's a big part of why they're so everybody all over the world is so frantic to have the most powerful AI, because they feel like it's going to be critical. And
Yeah, there it is. That's the little pushrod engine.
it's so tiny.
1600 pushrod engine. In the US, we got the overhead cam engine, which I didn't really like because you get them hot once, they're nothing but trouble. B-52 is mighty big. Look a lot slower than it is actually moving. I guess, because of the amount of time that's gone by, so I'm going to get interrupted with ads. Maybe the ads are finished. I don't know. What's this? The engine compartment looks lighter maybe than the car. I don't know. Like maybe, oh yeah, it does. It looks like it was.
Yeah.
Maybe the car was painted a little bit darker paint or a little bit something.
Yeah, somebody used, not the same paint to paint the interior, but it looks neat. Someone did it neatly, which is nice.
Yeah. Oh, that's what we had too. We had the 1600 overhead cam in the U.S., but in Mexico they got that, and I like this engine better. I had a 1200 and a little Datsun 1200. I had one of these engines. It's a 1200 cc version, and yeah. Pepperstone ad, whoever they are. That's whoever they are. You get 2 points anyway.
Yeah.
Nice top of those 510s were like the poor folks' Beamers. The 510s were nice cars. They had independent rear suspension. Wait a minute, you didn't get the independent suspension in Mexico, did you? I'm not sure. Ours had independent suspension in the 1600 overhead cam. The Datsun 1200 was the 110. Yeah, it probably was. It was just called the 1200. I guess you looked at the data plate, it probably said 110. But what I was going to say about big airplanes moving slow, C5, C5 is big 4-engine transport airplane. They look like they come in land and they look like they're going about 10 miles an hour, And there was a road next to the runway, one of the runways at Travis, and I took my 64 Ford out there. And it 351 Windsor that was built pretty good, and it had topped out. The speedometer used to go down past 130, and the needle would disappear behind the mark there. So I know I wasn't supposed to be out there on that road, but somebody had left the gate open, so I was out there, and a C5 was on final coming down, so I just leaned into it, and I was on that road, and I was going as fast as that car would go, 130 at least, and that C5 went by me. It looks like it isn't moving, but it was moving. I couldn't go fast enough to keep up with it. And then what I did was I I went back out through the gate and got the hell out of there before anybody caught me. Nobody ever said anything to me about it. It's a light blue 64 Ford with a big CB antenna on the roof. It's like, it was like a marked car, you know. I'm surprised I didn't get a visit from somebody after that.
Tim says he got the advertisement for the Chinese dancers again.
Again?
Yeah.
Huh.
You get 2 points. Thank
Oh,
you.
yeah. See, Mexican Spec said that these 510s in the US had the overhead cam engine and independent suspension, and they didn't get the independent suspension and they didn't get the overhead cam engine. So they were quite a bit different, but the body looks the same. Tao says IRS in Australia's 1600s made awesome rally cars. Yeah, I knew a lot of people that liked the Datsun 510s here because they had that suspension was, I think it was about the same as the 240Zs. Looked very similar to that. I don't know if any parts were interchangeable. It kind of had that same look. Mexican Spec says, I have been told the four-door sedan makes a great rally car. We have a lot of them here. Yeah, and there's still a lot of them there. Old McDonald says he could have scooped you up off the road. Yeah. Well, the runway was actually over a little ways from this road. It wasn't right next to the runway, but it paralleled the runway probably 300-400 feet away. Oh, probably even more than that, maybe 500 feet away. But I know I wasn't supposed to be on that side of the fence, but somebody had left the gate open, so I took advantage of it. That was, I'm sure the statute of limitations are done. That was probably 51 years ago, maybe 50 years ago. They're not going to come after me now, I don't think. Tabo, what we didn't get down here was the two-door version. Oh, there are a lot of two-doors here. Very few wagons, thinking they may have been Japanese CKD cars. Oh yeah, your cars are the right-hand drive, so you could just have Japanese cars and you wouldn't notice the difference. You get a Japanese import here, you know, like a car that had been bought originally in Japan, here and there, you know, steering wheel's on the wrong side. And you don't see many of them, but I've seen a few.
Raw Dog mentions that he loves the Plymouth Barracudas. Since we're
Oh,
talking
go
about
ahead, go ahead.
1974,
Put up.
I'm going to pop up a picture of the 1974. That is
Oh yeah.
a very nice car. I would love to have a 74 Plymouth Barracuda because of the styling. I really like this blue one here. I like the way that one's decked out. Doesn't that look nice?
I always thought they were the same as the Challenger, but they're shorter. The wheelbase is shorter.
Really?
Yeah, they're shorter by a couple of inches. And I know the rear quarter panel is different because the Charger has that little whoop-de-doo, or Challenger has that little whoop-de-doo back there. But I didn't realize that it had a shorter wheelbase till many years after
So
that.
that one detective show in the 90s with Don Johnson, he had a Barracuda, and then the prices went astronomical through the roof. Everybody wanted to be cool like Don Johnson and get a. Am I saying the right name? Maybe I'm wrong, but everybody wanted a Plymouth Barracuda. Now you can't get them. They are.
But car panel, a blowout at 135 miles an hour would have been bad. You know, the fastest I've ever been in a car with a blowout was probably about 80. And it wasn't a big deal. I had one on a rear tire when I was 16 years old. Going
Nash
pretty fast.
Bridges. It wasn't Don Johnson. My mistake. Sorry.
Nash Bridges.
All of you get 2 points for saying Nash Bridges. Gearhead, you get a point too because you said it. With Cheech Marin, I know from Cheech and Chong, but he was in he played a serious role as a cop in that show.
Right side isn't correct side. I was saying right side like right
I'll
hand
be back.
versus left hand. Oh, that felt good. She just scratched my back on the way by. And that felt good, and she scratched the middle of my back. So, well, now we're stuck on that page. I can't do anything about it because she left. Don Johnson was the actor. Nash Bridges was the character. Oh, so it was Don Johnson. So Kim is gone, but we'll fill her in on that when she gets back. So we can fight over that. Which is right and which is wrong? Man, you know, I drove in England for a while, and it was really strange the first day, but after a while I could do it. It's just like weird because I had to think about what I was doing. When I'm driving a car, I rarely think about anything. But when I'm in England driving on the left side of the road on the right-hand drive car, yeah, that's a little bit. I got to think. What is this? Mexican Spec Society Junkyard D. I did. Oh, there's Junkyard D. Does anybody know the differences in the 72 to 74 Barracudas? I bet a bunch of people do. And when Kim gets back, maybe we can look at them. My kids is about 2 years. Mexican Spec says left is right and right is wrong. Everybody knows that. Actually, that's about it. Earring on a man. Huh. It belongs 75% of world drives on the right side. I think Canada used to drive on the left side, and they swapped over. And there have been a couple other. There was one place, some island country. I don't remember where it was. They switched the other direction. They went from driving on the right side of the road to the left side of the road. And then in Russia, out in the far eastern part of Siberia, they get a lot of Japanese cars imported into Russia that have right-hand drive, but they drive on the right side of the road. So you see out there, you see a lot of cars that are right-hand drive, driving on the right side of the road. Raw Dog says 46 Chevy Stylemaster. What about it? 46. We were at a car show last year, Kim, and I got pictures of, I think it was a 46 Chevy.
46.
Yeah, Raw Dog's asking about 46 Chevy Stylemaster.
The thing about a 46 Chevy is there's not too many people who would drive it anywhere.
Remember
it becomes a trophy, you know?
remember that one that was at the we went to a car show and it was sitting there. The car show that's down there by the riverfront?
Yeah.
There was one down there.
Was it black or what?
I don't remember, but I know we spent some time over there. We talked to the guy, and there's a video we did.
I don't remember a 46 though.
Well, it was 46 or 47. They look the same to me, but I suppose they're not.
I'm not saying it wasn't. I don't remember.
Well, somebody
It was
here was
last year. You know what? On the 5th, where I'd like to go to that car. Remember, I told you on the 5th, there's a car show up, and so that's only a couple weeks away. Or when is that?
Oh, you'd put warmer clothes on, tuck your hair back, and you're now like you look like you're ready.
Something's gonna happen.
You look like you're ready for the shop.
Something's gonna happen, folks. I haven't even told him yet.
No, you're not going to the shop, are you?
I am, and you know what we're gonna do?
No, I'm not going to the shop.
We're gonna move the stream from the studio to the shop.
No, we're not.
I am.
Why?
Because it's a beautiful night, and I'm not gonna. We've been going 2 hours. I'm not going 5 hours tonight.
I don't want to take this up to the shop. I like this. I got all this stuff going, and
you
up there.
How much more do you have planned up here?
I don't know.
All right, well, keep at it.
I'm still trying to, and now you're not going to show my pictures. Kimmy's going out for a jog. Yeah, she's going to jog up to the shop. Tyler says Argentina forced Falkland Islanders to drive on the wrong side, only for a short time.
They forced them to change the size of the roads.
I never even thought about that. Okay, this is a Mexican spec car. 74. What is this thing? What is this thing? It's a duster. It's a duster.
Yeah.
Well, because they're not always called the same thing there, so.
No. See, I don't like the nose that they put on the A bodies in the 74s. But I do like that tail on the car. And
it's a Valiant.
badged a Valiant, huh?
Because they didn't have Plymouths. They had Valiants.
Right, Mike. You only get so many sunny days.
Mike N says, I'm with Kim. Got to get shit done. You already just spent like a whole bunch of time up. Oh, I know when you were up there. You were up there last night.
I was up there all night.
When I was trying to sleep and my arm was hurting and I was hurting all night. I didn't sleep much. I slept a little bit in the daytime today.
I smell like grinder metal from kneeling on the floor working.
There you go. I remember these seats.
Mm-hmm. Those are the good ones because you can get repop covers for them. Although this looks like a nice Mexican custom upholstery job.
Vintage adventure drives. Yeah, I love the nose on my 74 Scamp. They're the same as the Duster. Tavo says that Beacon's hideous. Got two people right next to each other. One of them likes it, one of them doesn't. Oh, there we go.
It's a very controversial change, the way they went to the Beacon. I think it was because of the 5-mile-an-hour bumpers that they changed the design.
Oh, yeah, now it's a center punch. Wham!
There is your standard slant 6 engine, durable, reliable. Not so terribly powerful, but effective.
Those cars look too damn clean. Nice and spec. All your cars have flux capacitors in them.
Flux capacitors.
Gearhead. Right, peeps. I guess that means he's leaving. Gearhead, thanks for being here. Raw Dog. Want to see a 46? 46. Alfa Romeo. 6C 2500. I'm not even sure what that is. Tim says it got up to 72 today. Man, up there in the Rocky Mountains is
that means there's probably a blizzard coming. Yeah, you wouldn't be surprised.
I'm looking at this engine. This looks so familiar. Oh, except it's a chrome air cleaner.
It's not chrome. It looks like it's
just
bare
metal.
metal. Someone
just metal.
Yeah, someone sanded it down. But that's an easy paint job.
So we'll go back to the car. Yeah, it's really clean interior. Nice wheels. Valiant. I guess actually those little bumperettes had hit just before that center punch in the middle.
Buddy Carfano had his wisdom teeth removed today. Oh, sorry, that's rough.
Oh, man. Did they put you out or were you awake during the whole thing?
Did they at least give you some pain pills to help you sleep for the night?
Man, when I had mine out, it was in the Air Force, and they did it with a local Novocaine, you know. Hippie Long. 80 plus here today.
If ever there was a reason to have some strong painkillers, dental work is where I draw the line.
Tavo says lunch is nearly done. Just gonna have to go back to work.
Oh, man. I always forget it's the opposite end of the day for him.
It's opposite end to everything. It's opposite season, opposite end of the day. The whole thing. It's starting to cool off down there, and it's starting to warm up here. He's tired of the heat anyway. He was cooking in that metal shop of his.
Mexican Specs asks, where can you find clean original Dusters in the U.S. that have not been messed with? California, sometimes you see pretty nice looking classic cars, but not so much. Not so much. They're very rare.
Excuse me, I don't like the hoods of that year.
They're not my favorite. To say I don't like them, I don't know. I mean, it's okay, but it's not my favorite.
Yeah, having my wisdom teeth taken out, that was an uncomfortable thing, to say the least. Wasn't as painful as like a kidney stone or something, but it was a real annoyance. It is pretty bad. Tavo, bye all. Take care. Okay, take care. Take care, man. Have fun at work.
Thanks for coming. We'll see you again soon.
Roddock says, I love the 1971 Mitsubishi Galant. GTO. Okay, you got to look that one up. I don't know what that one is.
71?
You guys keep
Mitsubishi?
insulting my 74 Dart. Not insulting it. I was saying it was a pretty clean car. It had a really nice interior, and I like the slant six. And then some people like the pointy nose, and some people don't like the pointy nose.
It's a point of contention for every Mopar person that the 74 nose, the beak nose that they called it, was very controversial change.
It belonged to Southern Australia Sea icebergs. Man, I doubt it.
I did not know that Mitsubishi made a car like this in 71. I'll be darned.
So she's going to put up a...
Got a picture of it. There it is. Mexican Spec, is that your car?
What?
He said we're insulting his car.
Okay, I'm going to have to go back to my email here.
It's not your
Raw Dog
car,
puts
is it?
up all these different weird cars that I don't know what they all are. Let's see here.
Oh, but he has one. I see.
Let's see. I suppose there's some new ones that have come in.
Some people prefer
who
the
is
beak
this?
nose.
Who is this?
They think
Oh,
it's
this
the
is
better one.
vintage. Vintage. Adventure. Sent this. Gotta find it. Except it's not on the screen because you're still showing this Mitsubishi.
Well, sorry. We
There
didn't
you
talk
go.
about it.
There it is. That's Vintage Adventure. That's his. And he said he liked that nose. Now his didn't have those big rubber bumperette things. So if you hit something with that, you're going to center punch it. But I don't know.
It looks really good.
I mean,
from
you
this
try not to
angle.
hit things with your cars, but look at the scoop.
I really like the grill from this angle. What year is this one?
Yeah, it's
Is
a
it a
74, 74 Scamp.
I like it. Looks good. Got the Plymouth badge on the right across the top of the grill. See, this doesn't have the fiberglass nose that extends out from the hood to the grill. The hood comes all the way out to the grill. I think it looks better in that design.
Then Mexican Spec says this is his 74 Dart, which my head's right in the middle of. It looks good with the grill back blacked out.
It looks like a diplomat's car.
And I like I like those things on the fenders that light up the Kim and I were just talking about that, those the turn signal indicators out on the fenders. I suppose there's a name for them.
Junkyard D asks, does the Scamp have the beak like the Duster? I don't think it does.
It's a little different.
No, it didn't look like it. You can see how there's a line where the hood is separate from the beak of the car. And now if you look at this one, the hood comes all the way out to the grill.
I'm trying to put them both up.
It's a different design.
I'm trying to put them both up, but oh yeah, it definitely is a different design.
Different design.
It is.
Some people like 73 cars, some people like 74 car. Are they the same car? Yeah. Is there little styling cues that are different? Yeah.
Yeah, Mexican Spec says all cars should have fender mounted turn signals. I was telling Kim, I said, I'd like to have that on my car because it doesn't look like it belongs there. But
what's the downside of those? Why did they not put them there? They didn't have to?
Just because it was an in thing to do for about 5 or 6 or 7, maybe 10 years. But they if a car's coming up next to you, they can see that,
Tim says if it was green, it would look like the Dirty Hippies car. Yes. Yes, it would. Yep.
I didn't get that cough drop in time. Oh, here we go. I remember these things. Remember these things?
Is it an 8-track player?
Yeah, it's an 8-track. Under dash, 8-track, add
Would you get
on.
about 2 or 3 tracks per 2 or 3 songs per track?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it clicks over. I put my Matador came with an AM radio. I pulled it out and I put a in dash AM FM 8-track. Man, that thing sounded so good, but that's what it was, like 2 songs or 3 songs per track. I'm trying to get some.
Raw Dog, we had the Countach up earlier, I think.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, the Vega with the little panel truck. Man, I like those.
Oh yeah,
But
he loves those.
those things rusted like Vegas were horrible. Just corroded something fierce. Even ones I had in dry old Central California were just rusted out. You know, it's really sad because it was a nice car to drive.
Some things were not built to last the same as others. More ads.
Oh,
You may be
right.
getting advertisements. Terry Mott says, I think you could get Craig at Kmart. That rings a bell. It probably was something like that. Kmart? Ames. Doesn't you remember Ames? Oh, there's the Farrah Fawcett picture. I had
Okay,
one
Buddy
of those in the
Carfano.
garage.
You did?
Yeah.
Buddy Carfano sent
Didn't
it in.
everybody?
Yeah, I had one of those in my locker in the Air Force.
That's how I knew what a woman was supposed to look like.
You know when she died?
No.
It was the same day that Michael Jackson died.
Okay.
I remember that because I was in a doctor's office and they had TV going. Well, that happened while I was sitting there. And he got the majority of the news. Here's move your head, Buff. Oh, for something. He wants me to move my head, Buff. I'm covering something.
Oh, you were covering the lady.
Oh.
He's not going back to the lady.
That is what 1974 was all about. Everybody had vans. I mean, that was the beginning of that craze. Raw Dog says, Raw Dog's picking up all these cars that are all different things. I don't know
All
if you want
different
to.
years.
I don't know if you want to search that or not.
Well, we're talking about 1974, Raw Dog, but I will look this up because you're being very respectful and here enjoying the show.
And here
Let's
is.
see what we find.
I'm going to pull up one before you do that, which is this is the car I had. That's exactly the car I had. It was a red 74 Matador, different wheels. And I lowered the nose a little bit because it's just set like it's shooting ducks. Junkyard D, yeah, bring on the vans.
Bring on the bands.
I had a van. Everybody had vans. And now I have a van and it's more like it's just a truck.
Yes.
Yeah, oh, where's some more Kraggers? I don't know what the more Kraggers were. Yeah,
Shut up and take my money. He was talking about the van with the Kragers on it.
Oh, okay.
He likes the van. Tim says everybody got rid of the muscle cars because the insurance went crazy on hot rods.
They did. Oh, there's. I don't know if you can adjust that. We can see the whole thing. I used to take those panels. I could find those panels pretty easily in wrecking yards. So I used to put them on the Bobcat wagons I had and the Pinto wagons. So all mine were, but I never put those louvers in the back. I'd have the back window tinted pretty darn dark.
And the white slots.
And,
very nice.
Yeah, and I used like aluminum slotted wheels that were like 10 inches on the back and probably 8 on the front. My last one, the car was all black, and those things were anodized gold. The wheels were. I thought that looked so good, and the bumpers were all painted black and everything. I really like those cars, but yeah, they're pretty much all gone. Mrs. One-Eyed Cat's here. Hello.
Welcome to the stream, Wendy.
Steve Edwards says those are too ugly. Are you looking at the Pinto?
I enjoy the 70s vibe colors in the stripes.
Oh,
I think that's cool.
Steve Edwards saying those too ugly, the Matadors. See, Steve, I bought one of those brand new, and I had a set of co-phased antennas on the drip rails, and then I had a little antenna in the back that for my scanner. And people used to tell me it looked like a porcupine, but everybody had antennas then. I mean, if you didn't have an antenna on the car, you're probably a rare individual if you didn't have CB antennas on your car. Raw Dog 74 Pontiac Trans Am Super Duty. Isn't that what I had for that's what I had for the thumbnail. Let's see here. And I think it was Buddy Carafano sent in the same picture that I put up.
Oh, wow.
I don't know where it is.
This is the early 70s Maserati.
Maserati Mexico. Huh.
That's a pretty
I didn't
car.
even know about that car.
Clicking the wrong thing.
Hmm. 68.
Maserati. Interesting. Okay, back to trying to sell cars for Mexicans back. Or no, this is other people's cars. I don't know what we're doing.
I never had one of these with all the stripes on it. Mine were black.
Look, it's even got the louvers.
Yeah, I never put the.
See, Olive likes the Maseratis.
She likes all the cars that handle well.
Go figure.
Well, not.
What is it with Americans and their cars that go in straight lines?
I liked that for a long time, but then somehow here I am. When I'm 69 years old, a couple of years ago, I got involved with all these drag racers. So there's something to be said for that. It's fun.
You know what? It's just a completely different goal. Like to be able to go fast in a straight line, build engines, make horsepower, get traction, hook the car really hard. But handling is a whole different.
I was really into the sprint cars, wing cars going around a quarter-mile track or 3/8 mile track, going 100 miles an hour or over. And a little short track like that, dirt. Man, is that something, but I could never have a car like that. It's you had to be a good driver, prove you're a good driver, then somebody would have you drive their car, some wealthy person or group or company that had a car. What I really like about the drag racing, what I've learned is you don't need all the money in the world because you can go out there in a 6-cylinder dart and race somebody else in a 6-cylinder
There's
dart.
some people who do not like that. They don't want to see that. They only want people to be racing their
but that's what we do.
Top fuel dragsters. So, but yes, our group is a little more accepting of enjoying the hobby with what you have. So somebody who brought up that Buddy Carafano mentioned the 1974 town car. That is a land yacht. Man, is that a big car. Whew.
Yeah, those are giant.
Hey, look, the front of Jim's car is here. The back end will be leaving next Tuesday.
Yeah, those are big cars.
I'll bring up an F10. I didn't know there was an F10.
F10.
I don't know, but it seems to fall in the 74 years.
Oh, Nissan Cherry. I didn't know it was a Cherry. An F10 is a little front driver Nissan.
I thought it was a truck.
Oh, I don't think so.
The XR1 had a hatchback on it. Check this out.
What the heck? No, I've never seen one with that back end. I've seen that. Look at the front
look,
end. I mean,
here's
I can see the front end's like an F10,
here's
but I
another
didn't know
one.
there were a coupe. That weird back end. I never seen
X1.
that. See the one down below it? The yeah, that one.
Mm-hmm.
That looks a lot similar to the ones we had here.
You know what? These are all X1s. I don't know where the X1, why it brought that up. I guess that was a search somebody did. But here's a bunch with just the regular Nissan.
Vintage Adventure says my favorite drag racing experience was a kid being so excited that he ran in the 19s in his Jeep. It showed me exactly what the sport should mean. You know, we go to No Name Nationals. There's some fast cars there, but then there's people like us that are out there in a couple of slower cars and we're running against each other. It's kind of fun, you know.
See, I really think it's a mistake to do anything with drag racing except make it accessible to young people who are learning about their machines. They're working on their car. They're trying for a personal best. They're trying to tinker with things. They want to see the results. If I change the timing, does my car go faster? Does it go slower? If the temperature changes, does my car go faster? Does it go slower? If I change the tire pressure, does my car hook better or does it not? It's so good. You know, young people, they're not going to get dyno time unless they're already deep embedded in the culture. Unless they, they work for family or something like that and they get the opportunity to sit in a dyno room. That's all a bunch of, super specialized, super experienced, and that learning is going to die out if we don't keep it accessible for young people. So you have to really encourage people who have slower vehicles or vehicles that are less refined to be involved. You can't give them you can give them a little bit of a hard time. Like, hey, yeah, have you ever heard of paint? We can put paint on our car, stuff like that. We can make jokes, but you have to allow it to be accessible. Same with prices. Some of the bigger car meets are getting very expensive, and travel and fuel and entry fees and stuff like that. If you don't make it accessible to young people, if it's just a trophy show for old men, it's going to die out. So
what is it UTG has on his stickers? It says,
build anything, race everything.
Yeah, build anything, race everything. Oh.
Yeah, I think that's okay. But build anything is a good way to encourage people. Like, okay, it's a four-door with a four-cylinder engine. How fast can you make your Honda Civic go? What can you do? What change does it make? Those people are going to be the car enthusiasts of the future.
What Tim says.
What's up?
What does Tim says in the bracket racing right there? The bottom.
Oh, in the bracket. Oh, I'm so sorry. In the bracket racing at the No Name Nationals, remember when Tim at 318 Will Run in his black van ran just Mopar Joe in the purple Cuda. Joe won by about a foot. How did 318 Will Run keep up with just Mopar Joe?
It's a bracket race.
Oh, because it's a bracket race, so it stays exciting. It stays exciting. The hardest thing about keeping bracket race exciting too is that, like, all the interesting stuff happens at the beginning of the race and at the end, and you can't be in both places at the same time. And if tracks were able to make it more interactive for the viewer, it would be much better for the competition. Like if they had like big screens that would show you what's happening at the line, so you could see like the cars like neck and neck at the end or the car coming up. That would make it so much more exciting for people who are watching. But all that stuff ends up getting maybe I think there are some things that do that. There are some like television shows that do that after the fact to make it exciting, but the live like performance entertainment kind of thing for bracket rate, and then you see who won, but you don't really see the times and stuff like that. There could be more done. There's room to make the competition more exciting for people who are watching, and I think the tracks are missing
Buddy
that.
Caravana says, I just sent a picture of a Buick. It's next up. I already got it up here.
Oh, great! Yeah,
Can
I'll
you
bring it
pop it
up.
over there?
Here comes a Buick. A Buick GM car.
We'll see. The
There
thing
it
that's
is.
interesting about this car
It's
is
a Nova.
we already covered the Nova and the GTO in 74 and the Olds, the Omega in 74. Well, here's the Buick. And that's a really rare car. But again, it's on the Nova, same body as the Nova. And that'd really be something to have one of those. You know that thing's fast. Buick engines are light. If you want to know about Buick engines, or you talk to, or you watch, what's his name, Dallas Brown on Wednesday nights,
Oh, he knows them.
and he's built so many Buicks. He's got what's his tow vehicle? A Chevy. Oh no, that's him, isn't it? That has the Suburban. Is that his tow vehicle? The Suburban with the Buick in it. Paulo.
Yeah. I
Uh,
think they missed the mark on this front end, though.
well,
It's really not.
they had to do something to make it look like a Buick, and I guess they sort of did. And
Yeah,
the
well,
scoop looks like a Buick, and it's like, okay, I think the GTO looks better, but I wouldn't mind that. I'd be okay with that.
well, yeah, but it's not my favorite of the choices that are out.
Old McDonald says probably doesn't feel very good to lose a race by 1/10,000th of a second. Yeah. Could be long. I hate sandbagging, so not a fan of brackets. Become a sandbags game, not a race. Well, what's fun is we're out there talking to everybody, seeing everybody, and everybody you meet on these YouTube channels. A lot of those people are there, and you walk around and you're talking to them, and their cars are running. You hear all the noise, and you watch some of the races. But I don't care if they're
You know what?
bracket racing. It's still a lot of car noise, and it's still really nice. And you get cars going by, and I don't know. It's a great event. 2 days of that.
I gotta say, Old McDonald has a car says it doesn't feel good about losing a race by 1/10,000th of a second. But if it is like your first race or your first year racing, right? And you win a race in your ratty old car that's not very fast against a high powered car, and you win, or even if you lose a race by 1/10,000th of a second, you know that you could win. You could have beat that car. Like there's a chance, right? If you win, you're hooked for life because that is a thrill. I mean, it's amazing. And even if you lose, you're like, wow, that
Well,
was great.
I've said it to you, but I don't know if I've said it on here. I, the one race I want at No Name Nationals is to race my 6-cylinder Zephyr against Kim's 66 Dart with the slant 6 in it.
Are you calling me out?
I think it'd be a fun race.
Are you calling me out? Is that what this
Let's
is?
just do it.
It's a call out.
Let's just do it. Yeah.
We're going to have to put something on the line. What's on the line? What does the winner get?
What does the winner get?
Yeah.
You probably give me some points or something, or take
No.
points away.
No, it's got to be big.
I'm taking the points away. You lost. I'm taking.
There's got to be
points.
something on the line. We're looking for suggestions of what. Look, Mom, no Kragers.
Mom, no Craters.
You guys are silly. Bracket racing at the No Name Nationals is mostly for the call outs. I don't know. It's fun to be. Yes, it is there for the call outs. and it's there for the different classes, and it's just a good time. It gets an opportunity to enjoy our cars and kick back. And honestly, I don't want to go and be real stressed out trying to win uh, a class at a race, a once a year event. I want to go and enjoy myself, see the cars, talk to the people. I feel bad for the people who are really invested in winning because they kind of miss out on some of the event because they're so focused on.
Winner gets a Chicago hot dog. Well, see, when I buy Chicago hot dogs, I always
Okay.
get two. I get one for Kim and one for me.
I'm thinking bigger stakes than that though, buddy. That can be part of it. Winner buys the hot dogs. Old McDonald has a car says I only lost one street race.
Oh
Junkyard D
man,
says I ran 5 rounds against much faster cars in a mixed class. I didn't win, but taking out 5 faster cars is a win. It's exciting. You really, that gets the adrenaline flowing. You're like, wow, I'm in round 5.
finish. Says I'm 54 away from qualifying. No name nationals. I did sub to your channel. I don't know if Kim did.
I believe I have.
Uh,
Vintage Adventurer Drives. If you're only 54 away, you
you'll
have
be.
practically made it.
Yep.
Just make a couple of videos, make a couple of shorts, and you'll be there. You got plenty of time.
I'm excited to get there and go just to hang out and have fun racing.
You
Great
will
motivation.
love it. You'll love it. If you like cars, if you enjoy uh good people, you
Loser cooks and does the dishes for a week. I'm. We kind of take turns cooking, but I'm the dishwasher, and so yeah, and she'll probably beat me. Her car's geared much lower than mine, and it's lighter, and it's I don't know, it's a slant six with a ported engine, you know.
Mexican Spec put up a link to Vintage Adventure
Oh,
Drives
good.
channel. Thank you, Mexican Spec. Appreciate that. And he subbed. Yeah,
How
put
many
out
does
the
he need?
best content you
54.
can make.
54. So yeah, we'll get a few. Let's try to get a few subs there for vintage, and get them down so there's fewer than 50.
Vintage Adventurer Drives. Are you signed up? Did you pay your entry fee to the No Name Nationals yet?
If you paid your entry fee, you'll be in the. I don't know if he's in the No Name 500 or
I'll
not.
wait and see what he says.
Yeah.
Um, Loser buys a new set of tires for the winter. That is big.
Oh,
These days, that's a major investment. You can take out a second mortgage on your house to get a set of good white letter tires on your car. Tim says I pitched a tent between 318 Will Ron and Big Mike's Blue Goose. Yeah, yeah, and they're good people. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Oh, Vintage says I'm signed up and first in the No Name 500 right now. Well, good.
That's
You know
great.
what? You get down like this, and I
You know
know
what?
John will do a.
John will do a live.
He'll do a live to get you your last
Yeah,
25 or 30.
he likes doing that. So make sure you let him know when you're. I mean, you're pretty close now, but once you're down to like maybe 20 or 30 subs left.
I felt real good because I was at 470 something, and he did one of those things for me, and man, I was over 500 in an hour.
Yeah,
It was pretty cool.
yeah, and John enjoys doing it because he gets to really do something. Yeah, he'll do a special live for you, or he'll bring you on as a guest. Are you able to be on as a guest on a Friday night? Because honestly, if you're only 53, you're close. You're close. Not that he can make you get subscribers, but
Yeah,
a
but
little push.
he'll have a live with a thing going on, and people will.
Good times. Mexican Spec says there was about 1,500 of these GSX model Apollos made in '74.
So Fastang is asking me, Buff, is that Fairmont a straight 6? Yes, it's a 200 cubic inch 6. So I have a 250 cubic inch large log head. I've milked commercials. I'll wait.
Will the 250 head fit on the 200? Or is it the different motor?
No, okay, so maybe the commercial's over. Fastang says, Buff, is that Fairmont a straight 6? It is. It's a 200. Oh, my back. Oh, it's just like, something happened.
I'm sorry.
So I have a 250 cubic inch large log head. I've milled to run a 2-barrel. It's been milled 30,000, so it needs a valve job, but it would give it some power. Yeah, that'd be interesting. I don't know. Right now, I need a daily drive. My daily driver got wrecked. And I haven't had a daily driver since No Name Nationals. So right now, I just want to get all the little nuisance stuff fixed so I can drive it. But maybe I'll get back to you on that. I don't know.
Got a YouTube ad, Hippie Long? We're on YouTube. They have to advertise for themselves. Everybody who got an ad and calls it out in chat, you're getting 2 points. Harbor Freight ad? Well, sure. We're the kind of people who would shop at Harbor Freight, I would think. If you need inexpensive tools and consumables, Harbor Freight's an okay place to go, I would say. I have bought a bunch of stuff at Harbor Freight, and
Oh my God. Buddy Carafano, what are you sending me? I'll
it's
show
a
it.
donk.
I'll show it, but it's kind of a hoopty here.
It's a donk. It's not a hoopty. A hoopty's a worn out old car. That's a donk.
Bruce got commercial for U.S. Bank and Uber. He gets 2 points.
Did Old McDonald, did you get the fiber internet from T-Mobile?
Yeah,
That's obnoxious.
That's not really my style.
But fiber internet kicks butt. We have fiber internet here, and that's how we can stream. And it's pretty good. Someday, internet's not always perfect, but it's pretty good.
Something happened to my back.
What happened? It's
I don't
cramping
know.
up.
No, it's like something pinched and it instantly just. If I'd been standing up, it would have taken me to the ground. But right now, I'm okay again. So I don't know what that pinch was in my back. Maybe Kim will let me use a monkey bike for a daily driver.
Sure, Tim.
If you long, I was going to build my 256, and it's cheaper to go 302. So that's what we were looking at. It was like a 302 or a 351 Windsor or something.
You get a lot of power, and it's cheap.
Mexican Spec says, we just got the fiber optic internet. How do you like that? Yeah, I've had the fiber optic here for a couple of years now, and it's pretty nice. Oh, Fastang says, Hippie, the Aussie head won't work on an American block. Oh, I didn't know that. Because I know the Australian head has a separate manifold that bolts on, right? What about the South American? Does it have a separate manifold, or is it like all in one thing? Okay, let's get this hoopty off here.
It's not a hoopty. It's a donk. That's different.
Back to this. Yeah, we're going to get a few subs for vintage. You're not logged on to... Are you logged on to your stuff there? Or are you logged on to my stuff?
I'm already subscribed.
You're already subscribed?
Yes.
Okay. So we checked that. Buddy Carafano sends another one. Oh, here's one. Mexican Spec will love this thing. Here we go. Mexican Spec will probably tell me all about it, who made it and everything else.
I didn't think hers were supposed to be white.
I don't know. I've seen white hearses.
Okay.
Fast Tank says, yeah, I was into building mine until I found some Granada V8 mounts, so I scrapped the project for a Roller 302. Mexican Spec says, yes, I do, but it is a 19674, probably 1974, which isn't my favorite. Looks like a millimeter. Yeah, hers is coming all colors.
I didn't know.
I
I just
think
thought they were black
there's
because
that
it's a
there's
hearse.
that really new looking Cadillac that's down in what's the down south of us, Dixon,
Okay.
and it's white. It's like a brand new, big swoopy looking hearse that's white.
It's like cowboys. The good people ride in white Cadillacs and the bad people ride in black Cadillacs.
Hippie long. I have a stock 72 Maverick green with a white vinyl top. Damn near perfect shape, wanting a 302. Yeah, and that's a bolt-in. And you can build a 302 that'll make quite a bit of power. I mean, just like I had a 302 in my last Zephyr, or it wasn't a Zephyr, it was a Fairmont Futura, but same damn thing. And it was just a good, strong running street engine. And man, that was a fun car. That caddy looks like it could carry the whole family. Yeah.
People are getting bigger.
Well, McDonald says, I used to like those 60s hearses, hot rodded with those mag wheels. Yeah, I don't remember what years Mexican Specs had, but he likes those things, the hearses and the ambulances. Oh, there he is. My 63 hearse was white, although it was originally black. My 69 hearse was white, but dark blue under that. I like the 302 AOD 8.8. Yeah, I'd like to have an 8.8, but right now, small rear end will work with this engine.
For a while. That rear end is sloppy.
My 68,
Spider gears are sloppy.
My 68 ambulance was white and white underneath. Man, how many of those things you have, Mexican Spec? You had a 69 hearse, a 68 ambulance. What was the other one? 63 hearse. 63, 69, and a 68. Weld them all together, make a big long. No, I don't do that. Venture says, I almost bought a Maverick instead of my Pinto. I just couldn't bring myself to have a 256 cylinder. I knew I wanted to swap in a 289, and I wasn't looking for another hot rod project.
Too many projects is a thing.
Oh, I got.
Be careful.
I got too many projects.
Careful. Before you know, I was looking today. John stopped over, and I was showing him around, and I was like, "Oh man, we got too much."
John's probably on here, but he watches on TV or something where he doesn't type in any.
He doesn't message because
he doesn't message.
Cumbersome trying to type on a remote control.
He's a local guy that participates in the.
Yeah, he's a friend, but he also watches the streams.
Watches the stream, but he showed up today with another project.
I'm going to fix his lawnmower for him. It probably just needs the fuel system cleaned out. So, I said I'd take care of it for him because he's a friend.
Billings says, except for clearance issues, I could go for the 351 Windsor. Yeah, the Windsor has what, a half-inch higher. I think it's about a half-inch higher deck height, so it's a wider engine. And the Mavericks do have those towers where the suspension is, makes things tight in there.
I'll bet.
Excellent. Every Maverick sold in Mexico had a V8. The early ones up to 73 had the 289 and the rest the 302. No 6 cylinders here. Vintage. I'm 25 and I have 6 cars. Only 3 currently road legal. Man, that's how I was.
It's not a bad average.
When I was 25, that's what I had. I either had 6 cars or 5 cars. And the reason why is because that was kind of the size of my fleet. And everything was for sale. And as soon as I'd sell one, I'd have 5. But I'd have a wad of cash. And then I'd be looking. And I'd buy another one. And I just always kept that rolling for several years. That's how old I was then, 23, 24, 25. I just kept my car collection going. Try to make money on them all.
Tim asks, did you get the rear end fixed in the Zephyr with the shim?
Got one side fixed.
We got one side, and then we tested it, and the other side is just as like the other side. It was like the other side was fine until we fixed this side, and then now that side, it's obvious it's just as bad. So we got to take that, but we know how to fix it. It won't take very long, but it needs done too. And it was kind of cold, and I was not feeling like crawling under the car, so we were working on the windshield wipers. So, which are done, except that I broke one of the little bushing things, so we ordered from the auto parts store, and we'll have to go pick up the other bushing, and then it can all get assembled, and we'll have windshield wipers.
And
you
if
didn't get screws today for the windshield wipers, but
no,
we'll
and
find
if
something.
I felt terrible today.
I'm sorry.
Here's another one. What the heck is this? A wide body concept. That looks like some kind of AI drawing.
It looks like the Batmobile of hearses. I don't know. Okay.
The Maverick was Mexico's sports car at the time. Hey, Mexican Spec, you may have a picture of it somewhere. Didn't the Maverick, wasn't there a like a Shelby version of that thing in Mexico? I think that was in Mexico, wasn't it? Which is a 256 Ford's had V8 front suspension, so heavy six. Oh, I don't know. Man, I would I don't know. Yeah, eventually I'd probably put a V8 in this car, but I want to drive it for a while right now.
Mexican Spec, I don't think this is an example of someone trying to show us how good their taste is. I think this is just somebody.
Yeah, like how would that back door open? There'd be some problems with that. And hood would probably be kind of heavy, and I don't know how you could see out of it very well.
See, I don't think
front wheels really have some offset, don't they?
I just don't think that taste or practicality played any part in the design and construction of this car. I think it was all about customization. Look, we are custom.
What is this? Buff's going to have to give Kim a head start in the No Name Nationals. Kim was fixing all the little bugs in Buff's car. Yeah, I was like getting ready to drive the thing. I go, all we got to do is finish getting the instrument cluster in and a couple of things, And she starts going off on the brakes and the hydraulic system, and we should replace the hoses. I'm going, yeah, you're right. So we replace the brake hoses, and then she finds a clunk, clunk, clunk in the rear end, and let's fix that. Oh yeah, the wipers, and I'm like, I just want to drive my car.
See,
let's wrap it up here.
You guys don't see it, but I've been working on my car outside.
She's been working.
He's in the garage, but I'm outside working on my car, fixing brakes, because both the front drums were dragging real bad, so I got that fixed, and I've had the car out for little sorting drives, and something's wrong with the alternator, so I probably need to do something about that. Technically, Kim's mechanic for her competition.
What's wrong with the alternator?
I know. I could also. It's just not putting out any voltage at an idle.
Oh, but as soon as you're off idle, it's 14 volts.
It comes up to 14, yeah, but it should have something. It shouldn't be dropping to 11.8 volts at idle. That's not right.
I don't know what's going on.
That's pretty weak.
I'm tired of this thing. Somebody says it looks like a Zamboni. I'm tired.
No, it doesn't. Zambonis
are
less.
The stretch Zamboni.
Customized. Stretch Zamboni. Let's see. Ken Block hearse. Yeah. See, that's the people who will love that hearse. But yeah, my Dart is running and driving. It shifts really good. Aside from some electrical problems, there's a lot of cosmetic flaws that I'd like to work on. I want the windshield replaced. The windshield is really bad.
That's the worst thing on your car, is the windshield. The lamination.
The safety glass is laminated, so the fog is between the two layers of glass, so you can't like wash it or polish it off. So that's like $250, or maybe a little more, closer to $300 to get a new windshield, and the car really needs it. But as far as performance wise, it doesn't spin the tires, right? They're a little bit wide tires, and there's enough traction that it doesn't want to break loose the tires. But once you're rolling, it pulls really hard. Like for a slant six, it goes good. But it's got a very small, restrictive exhaust. But I think your car kind of does too. Your car has a very restrictive exhaust and a one-barrel carburetor. So they're both one-barrel carburetors. So they're very restricted engines. But I got 225 more cubic inches than him.
You don't have 225 more cubic inches.
No, I have a 25 more
25
cubic inches
more
than
cubic
you.
inches,
I'm
yeah.
sorry. So I haven't driven his car yet, but I've driven my car, and I know for a slant six, it pulls really hard. So I'm hopeful. I don't know. Does anybody know what that little... His car's light, though. Your car has aluminum bumpers and stuff.
That was a Matador. It was a 74 Matador, red one. Mine was exactly like that. Hey, look at this. See, windshield fund. So now we've got to do... Oh, I want my little video here, and I don't have the video. But he gets a giraffe.
Jeffrey Giraffe? It's not Jeffrey Giraffe, but you get the giraffe. And then, woohoo!
And do we get you dancing with a hole in your pants?
I'm wearing different pants.
Oh, you changed pants. Got rid of...
I'm getting a windshield. I'm getting a windshield. You can't spend it on nothing else because it's from a windshield.
Oh, I can't. I'm trying to
Thank you, Tim. You did not have to send money.
I'm trying to reach something with my...
I really appreciate it because I need a windshield. And money is good.
See that? I was able to put the little heart up there.
I'm going to write Tim's name on the windshield when I get it in the corner.
Get it
sponsored by
in there?
Sponsored
by Tim. It's pretty cool. Thank you. What's a Matador at? You remember what? I remember two things. What's a Matador and It's a Matador. I remember that.
What's a Matador you?
It's a Matador.
What's a Matador you? Matador you.
I suspect I painted it white and put the stock wheels and correct wheel covers to give it back its dignity.
You were like, I'm buying that car just to fix it because I cannot. No. I have seen cars on Marketplace that I felt that way about. Like, I need to buy that car just to rip those stupid stickers off of it.
Yeah, a friend of mine had one of these and he hit a cow with it. Totaled it.
No. Those are valuable. Is it a Ram Charger?
Yeah, it was probably 20 years ago when he hit the cow.
Yup. Don't hit a cow.
And he was going about 60. He says he didn't even see it. Just something happened. He hit something. Boom. It was at night. And then he got out and a woman behind him comes up and he's like, what did I hit? Where's the car? What did I hit? She goes, you hit a cow. He thought he hit another car. He didn't know what it was.
Yes, Tim. I'll bring you the angle grinder and you can sign your name like that pretty girl who signs her name with grinders on people's expensive paint jobs.
No. Don't hit a windshield with a grinder. It'll shatter.
Not the windshield.
Scout. Scout? What's Scout? The last one? Well, that's a Dodge Ram Charger. The one prior to that. Oh, it was a hearse.
Oh, that's a Plymouth Trail Duster. Thank you for the correction.
No, yeah,
I knew it was a Dodge because of the grill. I didn't realize it was Plymouth Trail.
Oh, this one. That's that's the original Bronco. Oh, Plymouth Trail Duster. Oh, that's what that is?
It doesn't have any roof at all.
Oh, well, it says Ram Charger on it.
No.
It says 75 or 74 Dodge Ram Charger. But it's a Plymouth? I don't know. I'll put it back.
It might be the same vehicle, just different badge. There's a lot of that in the world. Next Mexican spec can tell us the exact specification differences between the two. But
Mexican spec says maybe it is. I can't see clearly. Yeah, I think that that writing on the side just ahead of the front door, I think it says Ram Charger on it. I can't blow it up. So I can't. Kim is going to have to zoom that in. Well, Buddy Carafano sent it in, and you see right behind me, it says, oh, I can't lean out of the way. 74 Dodge. I don't know. I'm in the way. Kim's not here, so she can't fix it. So it says 74 Ram Charger in the picture. It doesn't mean it is. It means somebody thinks it is.
who does?
I don't know. Buddy Carafano sent it in. People think this is a Plymouth, but now Mexican spec says, oh, it may be a Ram Charger.
Well,
But
it says Dodge Ram Charger on the.
Yeah, but I'm sitting in front of that, so nobody can see it.
Okay, here. It says it's a Ram Charger.
Okay, and my comment was, it doesn't mean it is.
And
It
this-
means whoever put it up there thinks that's what it is.
Well, it says Dodge on the back of the other picture of what looks like this same vehicle.
Well,
See this
Yeah.
one here.
could be.
But it could be a trail duster, and it would look very, very, very friggin' similar. So
Fast Tank says, I heard the Hemi is being brought back. Oh yeah, well, what's the guy's name? TK? He
Oh,
just
yeah.
did a spot on that today. Or maybe it was last night. If Simon and Simon are in it, it's a Ram Charger. Oh, Vintage is, where's Vintage? He's taken off. Oh, I'm going to bed. Gotta work in the morning.
thanks for the help,
Okay.
everyone. We're glad
Yep.
to help. I hope
Yeah, we're
everything
glad to help.
it'll be fine. You'll be there in no time.
So, well, Kim, I think I'm ready to shut it down.
Well, I think what you should do is sit here for just a few minutes.
You're leaving?
Hold on. We're not shutting it down. No. No. You gotta.
Kim's got to go get something. I don't know what she's doing.
No, I told you what I'm doing. I'm taking the stream off the shop.
No, you really?
Yo.
I'm not doing it.
Take the radio.
We have radio.
We have radio, and what's gonna happen? I'm gonna go start the stream up at the shop.
What, and
And
just
then-
take it over?
Yeah.
I'm
Live.
not gonna be there.
Yeah, you are.
Kim,
You have to work.
I'm not gonna be there. I don't know why you're doing this. I got things I got to do that are not up there. I'm sorry.
Well, who wants me to keep?
Where's
going?
the? Okay, we got a couple things to do first. Pencil. What year next week?
Well, you do this. I gotta go to the shop.
Well, wait a minute. You gotta look at my note.
Okay. We'll look at your note.
Don't say it.
Well, how long can you? Wait?
I don't know. Okay, I got some problems. I got to deal with them. I'm not feeling real good. Okay, so
Give me 5 minutes, and then I'll take over.
okay, and you'll
the
take
stream.
over from up there. Okay, I guess she'll take over before you leave, or before what year? What year you guys want to do next? Buddy Carfano says 62 for next week. Did we already do 62?
Oh, I don't think we did anything that. No, not that early in the 60s.
62. Does anybody have any? It's just gonna go with what Buddy Carfano says. 62. Okay, 62 it is next week. 62, there's some good cars in 62. Okay, so Kim's going to go up there, and I'm going to hang in here. I don't know how this works, how she can take over. Here, more ads.
All you're gonna need to do when I tell you that I'm ready up there is click on this button right here where it
Where?
says stop stream.
Oh, but not in broadcast.
Don't end the broadcast, and I'll
just,
resume the stream.
you'll
up
resume
there.
the stream.
And I
Okay.
really want to test this.
Okay,
but
okay.
It will work.
Okay. She wants to test it, but it will work. Can you hear me? Oh, Mexican Spec, I don't think we're going to take off because she's going to the shop. She's going to continue the stream. Scam spotter ad, 2 points. Kim, can you hear me?
Roger, roger.
She can hear me. Bruce, where were you in 62? Man, where was I in 62? I was in,
I've been wanting to test that this would work for a long time.
maybe people can hear you and she's in the testing mode. Gonna test things. Where were you in 62? I'm tired, Buff. I gotta get up early to have blood drawn this morning. Oh, I got up early to have blood drawn this morning. Well, yeah, you gotta recover, get that blood back. And they always take blood from me now. Every time I go to the doctor, sucking blood out of it. They have a hard time getting the vein, and then I gotta sit there and therapy's going well. It's going well, I think. I have good days and bad days. Last night I couldn't sleep. My arm was in such pain, and I finally I got a few hours sleep during the day. Now Kim wants me to go to the shop and work, and I had enough. I think maybe she'll be up there fixing a lawnmower, because John brought the lawnmower over. Wasn't born yet in 62. 62, I was in second grade. And I think that was the last year that I was not allowed to ride a bicycle to school. Third grade, we were allowed to ride a bicycle to school. I think maybe it was second grade. I don't remember. I think it was third grade. So it's right about there that we were allowed to ride our bicycles to school. That was a big deal. Yeah, in second grade, I was what? I was 6 years old, 7 years old, 7 probably. Well, when I started second grade, I was 7 years old. I guess I was 8 when I got out of there. Yeah, a line from American Graffiti. Yeah, I thought that's probably what that was. Tom Brown, Buff, what is the email to send pics for next week's 62 live? Oh, it's just Buff Del Campo, one word. Let me see if I can put that in. buffdelcampo@gmail.com. Oh yeah, Mexican Spec put it up. Thank you, sir. Because Kim left, and I'm not going to go over there and start poking at her keyboard. What was your teacher name? Do you remember? Oh man, I had 3 teachers in second grade. Mrs. Bately, and she had something happen to her medically. We had a student teacher at the time, and then the student teacher was the only one that showed up for like 2 or 3 weeks. And then we had a new teacher come in, and her name was Mrs. Gunning. And yeah, I had 3 teachers. I remember it well. And it was kind of weird. It was a mixed, just because the way it worked out, they had a mixed second grade, third grade. Well, I was in the second grade. So I knew a lot of the kids that were a year older than me because they were in the third grade half of the school, or half of the class. So the teacher would do one thing on this side of the room, and then something on this side, and something on this side. Mrs. Seafelt. That's a name I've never heard before. No way that I could answer that. That's pretty funny. Cam, are you there yet? Okay, stand by. I'll let you know when. Okay, everybody, I'm going to say goodnight, and Kim should be able to say hello. So, have a good night.
All right, we should be back to the thing where we're streaming. It says it's working. All right, can people see me? They're talking about spelling bees. You guys. Funny. We morphed. That's right. We have jumped. We have, not only can we travel through time, we can travel through space. Huh? And we have gone from the studio to the shop. I see. Yeah, they already see me. Well, you won't see it on OBS, but it'll be on YouTube. Junkyard D says that was a seamless move. There you go. Now we have the. There you go. We have the technology. I like the Operation Detune can begin. That's right. I'm going to hook up a Bluetooth fuel in. Mexican Spec, thank you for being here tonight. We appreciate your moderation and your input with photos and stuff like that. Everybody, make sure you check out Mexican Spec on Instagram if you haven't already, because he's always posting cool Mexican cars. And if you know anybody looking for a classic car, you might suggest to them that they check out what Mexican Spec can help them get, because there's some pretty special stuff that you would have a hard time finding here in the United States. All right, Bucktail Campo, you take the time that you need to maybe grab yourself a snack and that kind of thing. And if you want to come up, he sees and hears us now. If you want to come on up to the shop in a little bit, I will hold down the fort and we're going to just shift gears out of the studio kind of live. So, yeah, I got stuff I want to do, and most of you have been in both kinds of lives, but there are some people who have only been to one or the other. You've only been here for our Tuesday night stream, or you've only been here for one of our late night shop streams. And when we're in the shop, we sometimes refer to ourselves as the cleanup crew, because we tend to stop out. We get started late in the shop because we are retired, and this is something we do as our hobby and our free time, is work on these old cars. So the feed ended for me. Lost you. It ended? I still have no drop frames. What's the video feed? There is no evidence here. Some people are still getting. If you've lost the feed, maybe you want to. I read that. Okay, so it's not entirely seamless. That kind of makes sense that there's a few second drop there. Okay, well. Yeah, they probably will have to refresh. I don't know why it would drop. Interruption. Thank you, Mexican Spec. So it's not entirely seamless. That's fair. I appreciate you guys allowing me to use you as sort of test subjects. Because this might also apply to moving from this end of the shop to that end of the shop, or maybe from sitting here at a physical location to switching to the phone, because you can stream from your phone. So we might want to at some point start in the shop and then switch over to somebody in a remote location, or even trade off to someone in another city. So, what did I sign up for? Well, it is a doubleheader live. This is what is it? Extra innings. You know what? The other thing is, Olive, is I could read about it all day long, but until you do it, you don't really see what's going to happen. I kind of knew what to do. Bruce never left video or audio. See, I think what it's going to depend on is how much of a delay you're on from actual live. Some people are going to be almost exactly live, right? They're getting the stream now. But if you're in a network that has a bunch more hops, Tim, when it dropped, did it start back up on its own? Or was there just like a freeze and then it started back up? Or did you have to refresh for it to come back up? I'm curious of what the behavior was. Because if people have to refresh, that's not nearly as good than if it just, there's a lag and then it started again. Because see, he hit stop and then told me he hit stop. You had to close out and come back in. I would like it. So I could use a service like Restream, and then I could stream from multiple locations and actually do channel switching. So I can do that if I need to, if we're planning on ever doing anything like this. Or like, what if we wanted to stream for a while for one streamer and then have this stream continue on the same channel from a different streamer? That is, all those things are possible in the technology world that we're in. And, most people are very possessive with their channel, with their stream, with their content, right? They don't want to hand it over to anybody else. But when you're in a car community like this, where different people are doing different things and you have friends and people you trust working in the same thing, I would not be opposed to having a No Name Nationals channel and passing it around to people. I think that, people could be generally trusted with passwords and stuff like that. Patrick Sullivan went to a YouTube suggested video, hit the F5 key and brought the stream back. And Bruce says he was using a laptop and never touched a dial. Okay. Patrick Sullivan, what do you use to view? See, if he hit F5 key, he's using a PC of some kind. YouTube inserted an ad. See, it knew we weren't live, so it just was like, oh, let's throw an ad in. Then you could leave and stream live from the Dart. Tim, yes. Technically, there's no reason why we couldn't be able to do that. And then when we got to, like, we could start the stream here, go someplace in the car, and then technically we could swap from the phone back to the landline location. Are you also on Chrome? Yeah, I don't know if the browser matters, if it's a YouTube thing. There's a Windows 11. See, there are a lot of unknowns in this mess, huh? I just know if I don't hit end broadcast, that YouTube allows me to reconnect. So, I never knew exactly how it would work if we change which device we're broadcasting from. But also, I wanted to do stuff out here in the garage tonight. I've had the fireplace is sort of very low right now, but it's still burning. And I have been working. Last night, I came out and started working on that mini bike at like about 10 o'clock. And I worked on that mini bike till 4:30 in the morning. I thought it was going to be easy. I made that long tube head. Some of you saw it. I made this long header that wraps up over the motor. The problem is with a long header like that for a tiny little single cylinder motor, the volume of the header was so large that it completely destroyed the velocity in the intake manifold, and it would only run at basically like, it wasn't that it would run at wide open, it would only run at high RPM because it needed a lot of velocity to keep the fuel moving. If you slowed down the engine, I tried to idle down the engine, it would just crap out. Bruce is using a MacBook. Okay. There are technically competent people here to ask. I know this is a great place because you guys, we all know each other, so I can kind of trust people to give me good feedback. You're like technically minded people, so I can talk to you about what we're doing. So we know Macs and Chromebooks did not require a refresh. Yeah, Tim, the single barrel tunnel ram did not. And see, the diameter of that tubing was a little over 1 inch, maybe 1.25 inches. And I think that was just way too much for a long tube on a single cylinder. If you look at how 202 cc of suck, and now you put it down a tube this long, you don't have enough vacuum to keep the jet in the carburetor drawing. It just was not good. So I put the factory carburetor back on. The problem with the factory carburetor is it is designed to be a push throttle instead of a pull throttle, because it is designed to run on a governor system so that it can run at constant speed, because it's not a mini bike motor, it's a water pump motor. 212 cc is I want to say lawnmower, but it's a power equipment engine, not a anyways, I don't know why I'm going into it except to say that it didn't work, and that for low end and low RPM torque, they did it right from the factory. The carburetor is right up against the cylinder head. They never did one of those on Engine Masters. Yeah, tunnel rams are where you make power at the high end, And people who run in tunnel rams as drag racers or whatever like that, they got a trans brake, and they're running that engine like wide open before they even start moving. So the tunnel ram is already, all the velocities coming in, Terry Mott says, so I transferred over, and after about 3 minutes, I dropped and had refresh. I'm on a Windows PC. Okay, so it does not like. See, the other option I may have that I wasn't sure of, I do not know if it will let me connect a stream from this PC before that PC is disconnected. And if I do that, will it seamlessly just swap over and give you guys just a little more delay? And if we coordinated it a little better, like if as soon as he said I'm disconnecting, I was starting at the exact same time, maybe it would go better. So there's experiments. There's experiments. We might be able to do something. We did lose a lot of people. We're down to 16 people, so some people might have dropped out and just not come back. So anyways, the mini bike is set up with the new carburetor, but since the linkage is all different, I started building a custom linkage, and boy, I just spent entirely too much time conceiving how it would be. Patrick Sullivan says that would be a duplicate key. Yeah, maybe. It might be. But I don't know. Maybe it's smart. Maybe YouTube's ingestion system is smart enough to understand. Or maybe that's the other thing, is maybe it would. No, it lets me select the broadcast. So I don't know. I don't know, and there really isn't anybody you can ask. There really isn't. Because YouTube's not really designed to be that way. Most people are not using it in that way. And so we are on the bleeding edge of technology. I mean, most people don't even do lives. Not like this. Just like most people don't have a camera too that they do live. Most people who are doing anything but sitting here just talking to the chat, most people who are just sitting here talking to chat, they don't even move the camera around. They never touch the camera. They don't change scenes. We're doing stuff like that because it's the way that you make shop work a little more interesting. Otherwise, no one can watch shop work. It's really boring, you know? So we're doing I was looking at purchasing wireless HDMI so that I can run an HDMI out on my camera and have no wires, carry a backpack with the wireless HDMI, and send the HDMI signal to the streaming computer so that I could go outside and walk around, and you could have Buffed Out Campo sitting here running the stream, looking at the chat, talking to you, and me walking around the property or walking around the car. And we can do that a little bit, but man, it's really tough. The wires start to glitch out as soon as you move. If I move the camera, it freezes because the wires are so fussy. Those little bitty connectors, they're so fussy. And unless you're going with the really high-end equipment that's meant to be used in that way, it just doesn't work. Tim says torque converters with those tunnel rams start about 5,000 RPM with a line lock. I don't think that'll work on a mini bike. No, they have problem. Yeah, no. It was a fun idea, but then in reality, it just was not right. 16.5 because Kiwi checked approved. Okay. Oh, how many people were watching? I'm skipping ads because I'm not sending you guys stuck around. I'm not making you have more ads. Everybody who stuck around through the transition, you get 3 points. So if you are here at after the Buff and Kim, after the studio, after the green screen. I don't know what this is. We got to think of a name of what happens if we stream some more. Hippie Long says it worked great. Don't mess with it. Hey, if we can make it better and more stable, we'll do it. How many points did I give you guys? 3 points. Yeah, you earned it. Tim says not real streetable. Yeah, there's a lot of that fun stuff, cams, and maybe people are hitting refresh, or maybe new people. That's the thing, is we have a completely different audience of people who show up late than he had his evening set up to be done when that stream was over. I think he will be out here, but I don't think he wasn't dressed to be in the shop, so he'll probably put on some warmer clothes and probably get something to eat. He has diabetes. He can't go without eating, and we didn't have a meal before, so he probably needs to eat something. So he'll be around. 69 dudes. After show extras. Retired Inspector Bruce has made that I get to use. Bruce, you're here for the Studebaker. I get to turn on the lights. Look at this. We are having all the fun, all of the success. Sometimes you have to try new things, and yeah, you get failure because that's what happens. Oh, that's the wrong thing. That doesn't work. Help me out here. I'm doing it wrong. After hours with Kim. That's right. See, that sounds like something that I shouldn't be allowed to post. It's time for late night with Kim. part of the show where Kim works late into the night. That's right. Buff Del Campo's gonna be mad. His little solder job didn't hold up. Clippy clippies. We can do it. I can do it. You earned it. Come on. Woohoo! There we go. We got the power. I got the power. Whoa! I've got the power. Oh, and Mike. Mike hyped it up. Everybody hype. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Bruce. We've got the power. See, there's the encouragement. Thank you so much. I earned it, I think. I worked hard. Everybody else was going to just... Who else streams late on a Tuesday? Who else? Nobody but you. Thank you for sharing knowledge and entertainment. I'm so glad you guys appreciate us, because otherwise we'd give up. What would we be all by ourselves here streaming if not for you guys? And we have been getting in the habit of making the Tuesday night streams 4 hours long. I don't know, 4 hours. Then I feel bad because my whole Tuesday. I like coming out in the shop and working. Hippie long. Use what you have. If GoPros need batteries, get them. You will need them for in-car at No Name Nationals. We do have a GoPro. Oh, I have this GoPro. And the GoPros have a tendency, this generation of GoPros had a tendency to overheat. So I made these little aluminum heat sinks, and it works great. And you guys are so generous. Thank you so much. Patrick Sullivan, additionally, another $2. You guys, everybody. Woohoo! $2, $2, $2. Wow, we've never gotten so many. I'm doing the Elaine. That means I'm a terrible dancer, is what that means. More heat sinks. Yeah. Did you ever see anything like that, Olive? I looked into it. They have a mod that sticks a fan on it or something like that. It doesn't. Everything that there is blocks the thing. I'm surprised there's not a different kind of battery. Let's drain the battery for the lights. It is warm enough not to freeze tonight. I think it's 54, and it's like 65 in the shop. See, I ran the heat. When is the Discord coming? So, Mike, I made a Discord called Camp No Name, and no one seemed interested. So, I would love to revisit the Discord for sharing pictures, setting dates, talking about events, updates, promoting people who are making videos and having streams and stuff like that. Yeah. Because Buff Del Campo, so camp. To me, Buff Del Campo is car camp, right? This is where I go. It's like living at camp. Honestly, we do have running water, but it's kind of like living at camp. And I get to work on cars, right? I live at car camp. It's pretty cool, right? But it's just an old house in the country, you know? And I have wanted to make some things like that for several live streamers I know in Japan, Kim. Oh, the heatsink things? Is that what you're talking about? We're gonna let the lights go. You guys earned it. That was very generous. Camp car camp. Yeah. Del Campo. But the other thing was I thought for No Name Nationals it would be cool to coordinate, like people in different areas could cooperate and collaborate and stuff like that. Just nobody seemed all that interested at the time. I don't know, maybe it will come around. And I used to be on Discord a lot. I had some friends and communities on Discord, but after people went back to being outside, after we were all in lockdown for a while, and then when we started going back outside, people sort of just disappeared, which is good. It really is better that people went back to their normal lives. But there were some things that we did that were enjoyable. Olive said just without asking them to remove battery cases. So the door on the side of the camera, it's designed to come off, so there's no problem there. And then, so the battery is wrapped in several layers of plastic that serves no real purpose except to make it a uniform size. So it was non-destructive, But the problem is then you leave your camera, exposed to the elements to some degree by having the aluminum there. So like you wouldn't want to take it in the rain with it set up this way, So there's good and there's bad, but it absolutely makes a difference in the heating. It's so worth it. I think I did this for No Name Nationals. Anyways, in any temperature, it'll run until the battery's dead and not overheat. Drill holes in your heat sink that says Kim fixes things or Buff Del Campo? Yeah, a laser engraver would kick butt. I thought about getting a laser engraver to make like swag to give out to people because you guys deserve it. And I feel bad not having things to offer people yet. We just haven't really found our niche, Do people need more knickknacks? What can I do that seems like it's not like a waste of my time and your money? I just searched for it. Can't find it. If you create another, let people know. I'll join. All right, Mike. I will let you know. I don't have a link for it right now, but it does exist. It's already out there. It's not searchable because there's no members. So you have to have a certain amount of size before it is easy to find. I get it, Kim, but I can't instruct them how to do that in another hemisphere. But I bet you could put those where the case gets hot with the right adhesive. We all need more magnetic parts dishes. Okay. They're made of stainless steel, though. I'll think about it. Okay. Well, all of you could make the batteries and send the batteries with the heat sinks already attached. Like you could strip the outside of the battery off and then make the heat sinks and send them that, because it's a very small package. I don't think it would be. Well, I don't know if you can send lithium batteries overseas. I don't know. Tim says I need to find someone to help me create a logo with my demon and the little devil on it with my business name on it too. All right. Oh, Buff Del Campo's using his neck brace traction device. I think his back is bothering him, so it's probably good that he's doing that. I wonder if he has any plans of coming out here, or if he's just going to watch and relax. They mostly use high-spec cell phones. Yeah, cell phones are pretty good for streaming. Honestly, our streaming rig here with the big screen, which is super nice, and there's another screen, and the camera is easy to move around. All of this only costs about $200, $250, which is a lot of money, but compared to a new iPhone, and there's no phone plan to make this work. This just hooks into the wire, the regular internet for the house. My roommate has a laser engraver, very simple and cheap. Patrick Sullivan says I could sell coffee and rebrand it, something catchy. Many large channels do. A lot of people do drink coffee. It's a consumable, so people get to enjoy it. I mean, I would really like to be able to give people gifts as thank yous for donations and just for channel membership and participation. That's where the whole points thing is going in the future. That is my plan. If he's in traction, pretty sure he's done for the night. I don't know. It depends on how he feels. If he's feeling bad, I forget how long he has to wear that. I don't know if it's 10 minutes or half an hour. I think it's only 10 minutes he's supposed to wear it. No, I think it's a half an hour. So if he's not feeling well afterwards, then he's not coming out here. You're right. But I'm not going to ask him to work on the car. I'll just have him sit here if he's up to it. So those car wrecks through the years still get my back after 30 years. Oh yeah, once it's messed up, it's you'll remember when the weather changes or if you overdo it. My chiropractor's kid, I put my chiropractor's kid through college. I did physical therapy a couple times a week for 2.5 years, and that was before they did the surgery on my neck. And since they did the surgery on my neck, they haven't really sent me back to physical therapy. The physical therapy looked at the x-rays and the imaging of my neck and was like, oh. And that was kind of the end of it. Like they weren't sure they even wanted to mess with my neck. He says they told him to go longer if I can't. Well, don't overdo it. I think there's a limit to how much benefit you can get by pulling on your neck. I think it's the consistency of doing it on a regular basis that's the biggest benefit. Buff, do you have any? They want to know: are you planning on coming back or no? The other thing is if he might not know. Let us know how you feel. That's all we can do. Buff, don't drop anything. It'll take 20 minutes to get. Yeah, do not drop your phone under the bed because you won't be able to reach it. Tim says he misses his hot tub. Lost it in the fire, but it's going to be 70 all week here. The fire with my ex? It's going to be 70 all week here. Yeah. Well, hot tubs are nice even in the winter, aren't they? I've never owned a hot tub. When I was younger, I really wanted one. And now I recognize, I've seen so many people who have a hot tub and it hardly ever gets used. Make an air freshener. Everyone needs a good smelling car. Buddy, I like that idea. I'll bet you can get custom air fresheners stamped out. That's an interesting one. I mean, they're all good ideas, but that one seems like it could be doable. Plus, I've never looked at it. I don't know. But Tim, in regard to the hot tub, it's probably stay in this thing for an hour. Don't overdo it. Divorce. I laugh now, but it wasn't funny then. Divorce is not a funny thing to experience. And it's good if you can laugh about it later. Alright, just do what you need to do to be comfortable, Mr. Del Campo. We understand. He put in his 3 hours today. We'll give him that. Let's see. That makes it really difficult for me to get a lot done. Amen, brother. Freedom. Patrick Sullivan, also a child of divorce. Child of divorce? Experiencer of divorce? It can be very painful when you're going through it. And for some people, painful for a very long time afterwards. But, that's how it goes. Can you guys give me 1 minute to go and make sure the fire is starting to warm up? Because it was pretty much out when I got it. I'll be right back. Oh, I'm going to turn the flashing lights off so nobody has a seizure. All right, hey, it was smoking really bad and now it's burning a little. It was smoking really bad and now it's burning a little. Oh, grab the bellows, whatever it's called. You know what? I didn't even take a chance because I just gave it one big, and it went poof into flames. Like it was warming up, but it just didn't have it. It just needed an extra little thing to get it going. And now it's burning. It just burst into flames. So now it should put out a little heat. It's like 65 out here, so I guess I could turn this heat on. I could. If I had an extension cord, maybe I'll do that. My toes are what gets cold because the floor is really cold. Hippie Long says, Kim. Oh, buddy, I'll be right back, Hippie Long. Buddy Carfana says my pills kicked in. I feel good now. That's a relief to know. If you guys didn't catch it, Buddy Carfano had some work on his wisdom teeth today, so I'm glad you're getting some relief. Hippie Long says, Kim, my roommate says Studebaker lights are still on. No, they're off. What are you smoking, Kim? Asks Blue Brick Garage. Well, right now, just firewood. Just firewood. We did talk earlier about all the smoking back in the 70s and 80s. Everything. Everyone smoked. Everywhere was a smoking section. I'm going to grab this extension cord and plug it in. Plug it in, plug it in. Plug it in, plug it in. You're my bucket. I'm your bucket. I'm just settling and doing the work. Putting in the work. Let's talk about how we can your bank account refuses very old YouTube account for these purposes. You're not able to send us money in YouTube? It's okay. It really isn't a required thing. Thank you for the, it's okay. I don't know why the new administrators attack credit unions or credit. Ugh. I don't understand why credit unions would be a problem, but whatever. Put a rug down. Well, the problem is it's so dirty in here, and stuff gets spilled, and then you put down sawdust to absorb it, and then we sweep up the sawdust and we burn it in the stove. So it's the circle of life, but rugs get really, really ruined. And I'm always moving around. We should have some. I put cardboard down here when we're sitting, but there's a heater So I don't want to put cardboard in front of the heater because it'd catch on fire. Patrick Sullivan says I was raised in a time smoking sections did not exist. The entire place was smoking. Yeah. Boy, remember all the kickback when they started making it difficult for people to smoke in place? People were like, like, what the heck? They were very unhappy about it. Bonanza back in the day was cloudy. Yeah, Bonanza at the buffet. Yeah, it would have been. Yeah, and there was a group I would go. They used to let you smoke in the social hall at the church. So in the church basement, if there was a social, you could smoke down there. I remember when they started making the men go outside to smoke. They were all butthurt about it, like, oh, I want to smoke, But I think we're all better off for reducing our dependency on tobacco. But there's people who still smoke, and I understand. We all have enough. Honestly, you stop smoking, and then people realize like the root of some of their real health problems. Like it didn't cure heart disease. There's still a lot of people who have heart problems who stopped smoking. So nobody went outside for a smoke. They used insurance reasons. They used all the reasons they wanted to get rid of the smoking. And hmm, hmm, um, yeah, I don't understand the banking system. I don't really know anything about it to discuss it. Um, hmm, they used insurance reasons. Yeah, I remember the last place that I knew that was smoking, right? And they were ferociously trying to get it, but it was a private club, and it had always been smoking, so it was grandfathered in, and there were a lot of people who wanted the smoking to stop. It was like, well, if you don't want to be in a smoking area, then don't come here. You don't have to. It's a private club. Don't be a member. Don't come here. And then they start saying, well, you have groups that are not private. So they had to make it so that you had to be a member to be at groups, which was kind of against what they wanted to do. Oh, it was a dumb fight. It's like it's a smoking club. You don't come here if you don't want to smoke. Tim got an Uber Eats ad. You get 2 points. Call on your Hippie Long, was he fired? My neighbor caught his fire engine on fire due to a drop light falling on a carpet when he went inside to take a break. Was he fired? Alright, that was funny. That stinks. Caught a fire engine on a carpet? Was the carpet out in the garage beside the fire engine? That stinks. Ugh. Can you imagine being the person who made that mistake? Like, oh man, the grief he probably caught for that. Thorn Self-Care Solutions. Never heard of it. Well, now you have. Thank you for mentioning your advertiser, Terry Mott. I apologize, guys, that we're still in advertise mode. I would turn it off if I knew how to right at this point in the stream. But fire engine catching fire, that's a comedy skit. It would be funny if it was a comedy skit, but in real life it would not be funny. You would be like, oh man, I am going to never hear the end of this dumb mistake. Regrets. Yeah. Define the word regret. It is setting your fire engine on fire. That is the definition of regret. I took the little Z emblem off the front of Buck Del Campo's car because it was like floppy. But the problem was the spring. Where did it go now? It was here. The spring was bad. So I can put it back in and wind a new spring on there and it'll be okay. I was thinking of Benny Hill skit. Yes, absolutely. It is. He used the carpet to lay on. The firemen got a kick out of it. Yeah, I mean, they probably gave him grief about that till the day he died. But, you know, the thing of it is the people who work in the fire department, whether they're publicly funded or funded by donations and stuff like that, they don't really pay for this stuff. So it's not like it's their truck that got damaged. So it's like, well, it'll get fixed and it'll be all right. A lot of fighters where I came from were volunteers. So you can get away with doing something stupid and people forgive you. No point in paying more to be more useless and doped up. I don't quite understand what you're saying, Olive. I'm sorry. Um, does this count as a longer live? Is it 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock? In Oh, it's after 11. Wow. Wonder what happened to the guy who had a small heater that started a fire in Notre Dame? Asks Tim. Blue Gate Garage says this was his personal antique parade fire truck. Oh, man. That's terrible. That's really terrible. Man, tell us a sad story, Patrick. Um, Automotive fires stink too because all the wiring gets melted. Ooh, and the smell. Burnt wiring is a terrible smell. I remember the old drop lights, they were awful. Patrick Sullivan says, I've left drop lights on that were hung on a shelf, only to find out the bulb was hollowing out charred ashes around it. Ugh. Poor guy had massive pride about that. Oh, I can't even begin to imagine. That's terrible. I'm so glad that the best use, like the most improved thing about LED lights is is for use of like a drop light because you could drop an LED hard and they doesn't, and even if it does break, they generally do not seem to be much of a fire hazard. Incandescents were terrible. They just went out so easy. But then those spiral lights, if you use those in drop lights, those were dangerous. Shoot, those things would get hot and like melt themselves just in a regular outlet. As a drop light, they were. Let's see. All said, tobacco is basically an autoimmune suppressant. It beats chemo, painkillers, steroids, and other things. Hmm. Hmm. I know that nicotine, it does have a big effect on it. That's why it's so addictive because our body does use nicotine in some of the receptors. And like if you're working in a coal mine, that cigarettes will actually calm your cough. It's it's a very slippery slope though, smoking, because it is so addictive and because it can, uh, some people they can smoke till they're 80, and other people drop dead and never smoke a day in their life and drop dead of lung cancer at 30. I don't know. I don't know. I don't make all the rules, and I don't understand why it all does or doesn't work. Did you get your mini bike running better? Sounded like you put a lot of hours in on it. I'm going to bring it over. It's right over there. I'll show you. It's not running yet. I did get it running with the tunnel ram. I had it running, but if you weren't like revving it way up, it would lose draw and stall out. But so now I'm back to the factory style carburetor, which puts the carburetor right against the cylinder head. But I had to make all new linkages for it, and I spent a bunch of hours last night off camera because I didn't think anybody wanted to watch. I didn't think it was going to take me re-engineering the throttle cable. The whole man. I still need to add more mild steroids, but I promise I know the biochemistry. I wasn't supposed to live past 25. I'm now 55. That is a trial. I have some issues that I have to deal with too. But I do not know biochemistry very well. It is not my strong point, and I have to trust doctors, and then when they do bad, I have to tell them that they are doing bad. Been through the ringer with it. I guess it would be good if I would learn a little more, but instead I just want to work on cars and mini bikes. Can we get it over there? Come on, mini bike. We're getting there. Here's my little Baja mini bike. It's a Coleman BT200X. The BT stands for big. Man, is it a big bike. It looks like a mini bike, but honestly, this thing is large, and it's got the ape hanger handlebars I added on. Let's see if you guys can see what I have done. I apologize for the shakiness. Here we go. See, this is the factory style carburetor setup with the air cleaner on top, which is fine, but the linkages for those are terrible, and the throttle response is not so great. But see, okay, I'll take this off. Here's the throttle right here. I made this lever that controls it, and then I'm going to drill a hole through, you can't see, I'm going to drill a hole through this plate, and it will control this part of the throttle here. Because the way it was is you had to put the throttle in from this side, and that's lousy because then you have this cable whipping out where your leg goes. So I figured I'd design this new thing, and it's nice and it's like beefy, nice and heavy duty. It is a Coleman. Like I said, it's a BT 200, and I like this frame. It's a little more elegant. It's like round and swooping instead of the sort of more squared off varieties. And it has the Comet torque averter style belt drive instead of the chain drive that it would have come with, so that it can have a variable transmission. The torque converter is, I put it on a stand so that the torque converter can fit in there inside this frame. And so that was another problem, is like the exhaust wouldn't fit because it was hitting the frame, so I had to trim the exhaust down so it would fit. I got that done. And then like this carburetor does not fit. This air filter box does not fit because it's too tall for this frame now too, because you have to put it up on a stand for the torque converter to fit. Man, lupus and rheumatoid arthritis are a tough road to hoe, Olive. I do not envy you for dealing with that. I'm so sorry. It runs on little green propane canisters. Maybe it should. It's got the little lantern decal on it. Is that a decal or is that paint? It's so cool. It's fun. I thought I'd have a lot more fun with it. And I wanted that torque converter. And the first thing I realized is, well, the drive shaft is metric instead of 3/4 inch. It's some metric. So I had to get a different motor that had the right size drive shaft. And then I wanted a better throttle response because honestly, the linkage that they give you, the original linkage that comes on Coleman's, is terrible. It is the worst part of it. It is a lawnmower linkage. You know, like a lawnmower has like a full throttle or idle sort of linkage. And honestly, it's terrible. Coleman just did not spend the extra development time to, and this comes from China. Like this is a Chinese-made Coleman branded thing. All the Coleman stuff is. You know, it's a mini bike, it's not a motorcycle, but this is a very large and elaborate mini bike. I don't know, it's cool. I know some people who ride them on the street. I don't know how much I would want to do with that, but it'll go 45 miles an hour with it. It doesn't even struggle. But it doesn't have rear suspension, so it's a little bit bumpy ride. But it's got the big knobby tire. I don't know. If you fall over on it, it hurts. It's heavy. Patrick Sullivan says, I'm no longer able to drive for health reasons, so my garage days are gone as well. I'm sorry, Patrick. I'm fighting that tooth and nail. I realize that I have more interest in working in the shop than driving. I don't like to drive. It's hard. My neck is so sore. You know, I don't want to do a lot of driving, which stinks because I love working on machines and it's like, well, why build cars if you can't we're just chatting, Kim. Well, thank you, Patrick. I appreciate you being here. Mike N says maybe we'll start making them domestically soon. You know, I would love to see that as a result of tariffs, that we start making more things in this country again. Like, if there was a real goal to tariffs, that should be it, is that uh, we have competitive industry again. I mean, we used to manufacture lots of things in this country, and it just stopped being economically viable because people wanted things, and in order to get them, they made the decision to buy the cheaper things. And soon there was no market for domestic goods because they were just so much more expensive. And you know, that is very true. Like, compare American made goods to foreign imported goods, and it's just, there's no comparison. It's like sometimes it's 2 or 3 times the cost to buy something that was made in America. And not everybody has the money to really make that choice. We all wish, right, that we would be that good to be able to go without and save up our money and only buy American goods. But the reality is we started buying foreign-made stuff. It was plentiful, it was cheap, and we all got addicted to it. And when I say we, I mean I know that I get stuff that says made in China all the time, and I don't even look at some of the American-made alternatives because I already know I can't afford it. So I would have to just go without. Executive greed. I mean, there's some of that, Tim, but there's also just the desire to have things at a price that we can afford, because always just saying, well, I'm not buying them. I'm not buying it unless I can afford the American version, and then looking at it and realistically saying, I can't afford none of it. but it's part of our culture, right? It's cheap, fast. I don't know. Blue Grit says Hyundai is opening a new steel plant in the U.S. due to tariffs. I mean, new steel plants? When's the last time anybody opened a new steel plant in the United States? So, I mean, that seems like a. Is it really going to happen? I don't know yet. But the fact that anybody's even considering it is an outcome that seems like it'd be pretty beneficial for our country. Like the problem with importing everything and we lose the technology, we lose the skill set, we lose the industry. I mean, once the factory closed down, it starts to deteriorate. Like, it doesn't just sit there idle until one day when it can open again. Everything gets sold off, and then we no longer have the capability at all to make those things. That's not a good thing for our country at all. It's not good for our independence. It's not good for our freedoms. It's not good for it's very unhealthy for economy to not be able to make its own things. And there was a lot of promise that like 3D printing was going to bring a lot of industry back here because we could make things just in time. We could just make it here. We didn't even have to import it. But as it stands right now, it's cheaper to import things from halfway across the world. It's so much cheaper than to make it here ourselves with 3D printing technology that there's no contest. Like, people are like, well, I'll wait a week for it to get here on the slow boat before I can pay like 5 times as much sometimes for domestically made stuff. So whatever needs to be done to bring that into some kind of balance so it's even possible to consider the alternatives. And then there's lots of companies that have products that are branded US brands, but it's just Chinese stuff in an American made box. And it's like, well, I can't pay twice as much for somebody that's sold by an American company made in China. Like, that's not real. That's not really helping our industry at all. That's like marketing is all that is. And I'm sorry, like, I can't hold I cannot hold the economy up. I'm at the low end of the economy. I just get whatever's left. Everything we own here is junk. It's old, discarded stuff that we're sort of salvaging. Like, it's people higher on the economic ladder that need to make the buying decisions that make or break the economy. Like, I'm not buying new cars because I could not afford it. I just can't. Even if I want to buy a new car, I'm not real. I don't matter. So I, I talk about it till I'm blue in the face, but I do not have the economic resources to drive the economy. So somebody else has to make decisions that make it possible for our country to be prosperous. Let's see. Terry says, Hyundai or Kia is spending $1 billion on new U.S. plants. Mike N says Hyundai announced they're building a new $6 billion steel mill here in Louisiana. It will make steel for other domestic automakers too. That was the news here today. That's fantastic news. $6 billion is kind of a drop in the bucket in today's economy to build a new steel plant, and there are lots of obstacles. I hope they can get it done. Because, see, if we back down on all kinds of tariffs and stuff like that and just start buying importing cheap steel, it'll all just go to waste, So there has to be some staying power to those decisions. And I do not see where places can argue like that reciprocal tariffs, like if you're charging 10%, then we should charge 10%. If you're charging 100%, I guess Bucked Up Campo was saying that India has 100% tariff on imported goods. Well, why should we let them do that to us? Why should we let them do that to us. Why should we not charge just the same in kind? It seems fair. It seems absolutely fair. You know, I mean, who negotiated that deal in the first place? If they're going to charge it, we should charge it too. That seems fair. Let's see. Buddy Carfano says Tuesday Night Live kind of makes up for the car show. I can no longer attend. I'm glad that you can feel that way. And it's not just the car show, it's some community. I hope we try our very best to foster good people and good conversation and make it feel like something that's worthwhile for people to show up for. You know, make it a little bit fun. Yeah. Olive asks, are they building a steel plant? They just stopped what's left of Pittsburgh from partnering with Japan. Yeah, there's not much steel left in Pittsburgh. Alcoa? There's a plant in Braddock that was still operating, but probably only at a fraction of the volume that it used to. So it's tough because that's the other thing is places like China, they do not observe clean air laws. You can't compete with that. You can't let people just pollute and then restrict other people. I don't know how they're going to make it work. I hope they can. So it's a 17,000. It's a big site, 20 minutes away from me, with potential for 25,000 jobs. I was always in charge of the big computer rooms since I was the system programmer. The execs always came to me to write a program for them. I knew layoffs were coming. Oh man, that's really hard to see. America, says Mike. Yeah, let's hope. America first, I think, is a good concept. I don't know. You know, I'm not a politician. From the top, how do you make these things happen? It's way more easy to be critical of other people and what they're doing than it is to actually do it in practice. It is difficult and complex. All right, I'm sorry. Buffalo Campo says we're talking too much about politics. I thought we were talking about steel. I guess tariffs are politics. Okay. Tim says his uncle worked at J&L Steel for 50 years. They lived in McKees Rocks. Man, McKees Rocks, the Rocks has gone through some difficult times. When they closed down, like when it's a company town, like the whole place was built around a steel mill and they closed down the steel mill, like it's just, the downhill slide is painful. It's really difficult to transition out of that. Terry Mott says, I'm in Northwest Indiana, still some steel mills by here. And you would like to see that if tariffs are working properly, and instead of regulatory agencies being punitive, but if regulatory agencies are actively working to improve things through collaborative efforts, you would hope that it would turn into benefit for everyone. Like there's people's jobs at stake. It shouldn't be like, oh, we're gonna get you. It should be, how can we help you do what's best for everyone? And less pollution is best for everyone, right? So it's like, ah. Patrick Sullivan asks, what's everyone's favorite car? Mine was a jalopy I put together. A 70 Pontiac Le Mans. That's a heck of a good jalopy to have. Someone crank up Allentown by Billy Joel. I don't remember that one. Darn it. I know some good Billy Joel songs. I'll be listening to that later. Tim grew up in Katanning. Dad bought me a Rupp mini bike. Lots of dirt roads there for all the farms. It was great. That would be a Rupp mini bike. Those are them little bitty ones. They're classic mini bikes. It'd be fun riding around, having a good old time. Not a care in the world, except maybe if your chain pops. Blue Grit says, I'm glad for jobs coming back. It also helps the mom and pop shops as long as Walmart does not beat them to it. Mike N had a 69 Camaro. What was the power plant in your Le Mans? Oh, Patrick Sullivan, when he put it together when he was very young. Yeah. Hippie Long said his pops worked for Dana Corp next to Carpenter Steel. Terry Mott had a 66 Chevelle. Hippie Long says the Le Mans was probably a 400. Oh, Buddy lived in Allentown as a little kid, part of West Haven, Connecticut. There's an Allentown in Pennsylvania, too. I was confused. Outside investment in U.S. steel companies could be really good. I don't know. I don't know the deal. I don't know what's allowed and what it's not. It's out of my league. It's out of my pay grade, how those deals work, what's best for like I said, I don't know the best path. I just know I'd love to see some jobs come back here. And honestly, we're not a prosperous nation just selling imported goods. That ends badly at some point. We have to be able to make some of our own things. And I think one of the great things that we want to accomplish with our channel is help people to learn and grow and become more self-sufficient. And that's not the goal of a lot of, like, auto companies don't really want you to be fixing your own car. So who else is going to teach you but some dummy like me giving away all their years of knowledge and experience? Somebody like, a retired aircraft technician like Campo. It's just us. Professionals who are working on cars and stuff like that, some of them have YouTube videos, but most of them are just, they're learning and they're making their living by doing work for people who have no idea how to do it for themselves. Which is great if you have all the money in the world and you can just pay somebody to do everything for you. I'm happy for you. I'm glad. I was never that lucky. That just wasn't my path in life. How many classic cars does it take to equal one SpaceX launch? All of them, Hippie Long. Every single one of them. Right? Well, those rockets put out all of the pollution. Um, Bruce says my favorite that I actually owned was my '87 Ford Bronco 2. Man, I really have these fantasy of getting my '85 Bronco 2 running again. I've got the motor. I've got the Bronco 2. I've got it. I've got the motor. Removing the motor started. And but on the days when it's nice, it seems like I'm trying to recover from an evening of working on this thing. So, but it's on my roadmap getting onto that Bronco 2. Like I said, I've got one bolt of the 4 out of the torque converter laying in the dirt under the shed out there. It doesn't have any wiring, so that'll be easy to remove. Um, let's see. Patrick Sullivan says his is an overhead cam 6 with a 4-barrel split manifold for duals. A 4-speed Muncie, not a Saginaw. Nice. I don't remember that Allentown song. I gotta look that up now. Patrick Sullivan, it had a top speed of 65 screaming, but light to light, it was fairly quick. So you had the quick rear end gears, huh? That makes it fun. It makes it just fun. It isn't a good car, it's a fun car. And cars should be fun. You know, you shouldn't have to go 1,000 miles an hour to have fun in a car. Um, you would know it if you heard it. I'm sure I would. I'm sure I would. And I would put it on, but I'd just be a big distraction. Tim says, I like my 67 GTX that I traded in for my Demon. The GTX convertible was such a fun monster car, all original and bone stock, and fun at 150 miles an hour. I don't want to go 150 miles an hour in anything, but that GTX does sound like an amazing car. It is about the effect Bethlehem Steel on Allentown. Okay. Everybody wants to do burnouts, right? Dean Stevens says an LED light with a helium-filled balloon and a camera is a droid camera. Yeah. Yeah. 87 IROC was my favorite car. Only problem, T-tops always leak. I think T-tops always do leak. I think a lot of those cars leaked. The T-tops leaked from the factory. It was a fun thing, but I don't think they were ever very good at sealing them. Dean Stevenson said, if you go longer, you won't keep getting a stiff neck. No. Ugh. The lyrics are literally, and we're living here in Allentown, and they're closing all the factories down. Competition, localized competition. Has the same effect as globalized competition. It is rough. Yeah, and then you had to go to Bethlehem to get a job because there was no job in Allentown anymore. And yeah. Dean Stevens says, wrong. We like watching. I'm glad you're here to watch. Enjoy yourself. They're right next to each other. I don't know. I don't understand why they build one right next to the other. They do it with grocery stores, fast food restaurants. I don't know. They used to build Walmarts right across the parking lot from Kmart's. Why did they do that? Why? I don't know. Competitive nature of business? I don't know. I'm telling you the open verse of the song, Take It Up with Billy. Well, you're right. Songs are more about an emotion than about direct word for word facts. You know, you got to rhyme, you got to have a rhythm to it, and you want to convey an emotion in music. So, yeah. Burnouts cost tires. See, you're supposed to do your big burnouts with tires that are already worn out. But man, with the price of tires, you don't want to just be those guys who buy those tires that make the special colored smoke. You know how much that costs? Wow. That is a heck of a. You got to be rich. He's a New Yorker. Get out of here. Yes, get out of here. Patrick Sullivan worked at a Firestone store, so tires and batteries was never an issue. Yeah, you get used stuff that's still got some life in it, and then enjoy the heck out of it, knowing that when it goes bad, you can just get another set. Yeah. Retired Inspector Bruce says, I've never owned a car that would do a burnout. So they're less and less common, actually, to have a car that would do a burnout. It's almost got to be a specialty car that you're not going to drive on the highway. Or it needs to be a super high horsepower, which is usually very expensive to drive on the highway. So it's something that you're only going to drive around locally. And they don't manufacture cars to do that. They haven't for a very long time. There's no reason to build a car that's geared low enough to do burnouts. You know, if it's going to break traction, you've already geared it wrong. It's going to waste energy. The manufacturers, colored smoke is a big deal in Australia. Yeah, that's where you buy the good colored smoky tires from. It's pretty cool. It is cool. It's a great show. Putting on the smoke show, it's cool. Then I got sticker shock, says Mike. He thought about getting some of those tires. Yeah. I have to remember to bring my mask with me to the No Name Nationals burnouts. I don't think it would help. You need a respirator. You just don't want to stand downwind. Blue Grit says he had the 6-cylinder buzzing during the burnout contest. Yeah, it's cool. It's flexing the muscles, right? Right? People get upset because it's smoky or loud or whatever. It's flexing the muscles. Mechanics need to have an opportunity to show off. We work all year long on our projects. We, labor, we invest, we educate, we put in all that time and money and energy and effort to learn and practice our craft. And then a couple times a year, we get to flex our muscles just to have a good time and blow off some steam. In the grand scheme of things, I don't think it's a big problem. I've only seen YouTubers with colored smoke. Yeah,
I think in order to afford that kind of thing, I think you have to have a big enough audience to pay for it. Right? And just doing a burnout at a burnout contest is not a big enough audience. You have to have cameras running when you're doing that. Doing a burnout is one of life's simple pleasures. Not so simple, even, but yes. Mike N says, I wonder what they put in the rubber to pigment the tires. I've seen stuff about that. It's not like a secret sauce concoction. It's something that, but unless you're vulcanizing your own rubber, I don't. If you figured out what all you needed to do, I think you'd see like, oh yeah, that's why it costs so much, because it's a bunch of custom work. You could vulcanize your own tires. It'd be cool if you could get retreads and have those vulcanized onto your old tires that were colored. You'd think that'd be a little cheaper than buying whole new tires. A great burnout was last year at the No Name Nationals, says Tim. The dirty hippie drove and Blake was recording in the back seat. Yeah, I saw that video. It was very fun. It just turns into smoke all around. We were breathing through handkerchiefs. Yeah, that's a little bit tough to do. Blue is ground up Smurfs. Red is Barney. That's why red is cheaper than blue, because Barney is a big dinosaur, so you can make a lot of tires out of a Barney. But you know how many Smurfs you need to make blue tires? It's a lot. Vice Grip Garage, yeah, he's got a huge audience. He's got an income, and even he is probably careful about it. He probably only uses those smoky tires at big events. And you don't get too many burnouts out of one of those big those colored smoky tires. Retreaded. Lol, yeah, right? There ought to be something like, you get tire chains. There ought to be something like that you put on your tire that turns to smoke, right? So you don't even really wear out your tire. You just wear out the thing. Look, I thought of getting smoke machines and mounting them in the trunk to blow the smoke into the wheel wells. Is that cheating? Well, yeah. But, just to put on a heck of a nice show and like scent it like candy instead of burned rubber and get some flashing LED lights. Really, lift the game. But we've been busy working on cars. And I'd rather invest my time and money into my machines than in this show. But showmanship goes a long way as an entertainer. So I need to learn how to. It ain't easy. You really have to pick your path. Like this mini bike, it ain't on my path anymore. I'm gonna finish it and I'm gonna find it at home. I'm okay with it. I've come to terms with that it's gonna find it home. Hippie Long says I have RA and I mistype a lot. It's okay. We don't mind at all. I'm sorry that you have RA. Rheumatoid arthritis. It's incredibly painful and it is a struggle. We thank you for being here and participating in the chat. Hippie Long, do you ever use the voice to chat? Not that you need to or want to do it here, but have you ever tried that? I've had some friends who use the voice to chat, and then you only have to make a couple of corrections at worst. Buddy asks, if tires came in different colors other than black, what would you pick? Buck Del Campo says bicycles at Walmart have colored tires and they look silly. Maybe people want their bike to look silly, right? Maybe you want your car to have matching tires. Bryce Cooley just checked out a 2007 Toyota FJ Cruiser with 116,000 miles on it for $17,000. Is that a good deal? It's made in Japan because the VIN number starts with a J. Well, Bryce, I do not have any kind of inside knowledge about Toyota FJ Cruisers. It looks like a really cool vehicle, but especially a 2007, I have no idea about that vehicle. I don't know if that's market value for it. It probably is, but there's a lot that goes into what makes a price a good deal. So miles is only one factor in overall condition. Are there any maintenance records? Has it been in accidents? Is the seller going to warrant the vehicle in some responsible way? Like, is it a warranty vehicle from a dealer or is it a private sale? What is the maintenance? Has the maintenance been kept up? Does it have good tires, good brakes, oil changes? Does it show signs of abuse? Has it been inspected underneath? You really should get a pre-purchase inspection on any vehicle. Have a qualified mechanic put it on a lift, check it over front to back so you have an idea, and then negotiate from there. Because if there's deficiencies, you don't want to overpay for something. Bryce says new vehicles are junk in my opinion. I'd rather buy used. So the problem with new vehicles is they depreciate rapidly. You lose a percentage of the value of the vehicle just for driving it off, just for it being new. A lot of people say new vehicles are junk. New vehicles are different than older vehicles. If you're only going to buy new vehicles, you can buy a good new vehicle, but they are a lot of money. If you don't need a new vehicle, it's a really extravagant purchase. But depending on how much you drive, depending on how well you can care for it. If you've got a garage where you can protect your car so that it doesn't get weathered, and you have a safe place to park it when you're at work, and you have the income, buying a new car and you don't want to do any maintenance for the first couple of years, a new car might not be a terrible purchase. But it's very easy to pay a lot of money for a new car that you don't need. And it's difficult to advise people on specific deals. If you're going to do your own work on a vehicle, a new car is miserable. It's terrible. There's so much wiring, so much computers, so much sensors. Unless that's your thing. If you love plugging a computer into your car and tuning it, and you understand how all that wiring works, which I do understand how a lot of that wiring works, and that's the thing that you want to work with, then it's nice if it's all brand new. All right. The chat is moving more quickly now. There were lighted tires at some point. Phosphorus or something? Whew. That'd be kind of neat. Just set them on fire. New trucks today cost more than a house. No, because houses would have gone up a lot. $130K for a Dodge Ram TRX. Where do people get their money? Selling drugs? I don't get it. If I knew where to get that kind of money to be buying something like that, I wouldn't be probably working in this shop. But a lot of people go out and they want to buy this new Dodge Ram TRX, but it's absolutely not the vehicle that they need. It's the vehicle that they want. It's their dream vehicle. And then they pay dearly for it. And, man, Hippie Long had an ad for Tesoro Resort. He gets 2 points. Anybody else who got an ad If you call out your advertiser in chat, I award you 2 points. Um, Bryce Cooley says, I bought a really cool move-in ready 1890s commercial storefront with 2 apartments above in Grand Rapids, Michigan back in 2017 for $40K cash. Bryce, that sounds like a screaming deal. It sounds like you know how to do a deal, and if you have access to $40K cash, seems like you'd be able to get a better deal on a very gently used car than going out and buying something new. You just have to be discerning, you know? Like, go in with your eyes open. Don't just buy on emotion. Obviously, buy what you want, but don't just buy on emotion, and don't make risky decisions. Like, have somebody who look at the underside of the vehicle and, I don't know, do a compression test, run a scan on the computer, check out the mechanical workings of the car and see if it really has some value there. Patrick Sullivan says, do you think Hellcats and the like are going to be brought back to life in 50 years? Yes. I'll tell you why, Patrick Sullivan. In 50 years, the cars will be so much worse. Bryce says I could buy 3 commercial storefronts for the price of 1 Dodge Ram TRX. Seriously? I don't know. Why is a commercial storefront in Grand Rapids only worth $40K? It seems like it should be worth, like, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I don't understand the economy definitely doesn't scale, right? Real commercial property with a building that isn't destroyed on it should have more value than a vehicle. And vehicles are not an investment. New vehicle is not an investment. It is what's it called? It's an expense. It's something that you are going to get, like, it's like food. Is food an investment? Right? Well, you need food, so it's not an investment. It's something that you use up. It depreciates. Yeah. Patrick Sullivan, I foresee electric ovals and self-driving cars in 50 years. You don't own it, just rental fees forever. Yeah, it seems like people are rejecting that model. Olive says the only reason you should consider a vehicle an investment is if you can pass it on to your kid in working condition. See, classic cars could be considered an investment if you are not using it as a car anymore. At that point, it is a trophy, it's an object, it's not a machine. In the same way, a new car, it's just not the same as a classic car. You cannot look at it the same because it isn't the same. This car here, you're not buying a car like this because you need a ride to work and this is the best option. You're buying this car because it is a 1978 Mercury, right? And so you're investing in the classic nature of the vehicle. That's the investment part of it. right? And you either win or lose on the value, the proven long-term value of this classic, um, and financially you do well or not in the original purchase. You either make money or lose money upfront on a purchase of an investment vehicle. You're buying as an object, not as a machine. I don't necessarily like that that's the truth, but objectively, looking from the outside into the culture, that's the way it has to be. People who invest in classic cars, it's really not a good idea to drive your investment around. It's not a daily driver. Now, Buffalo Campo has every intention of daily drive, but Buffalo Campo doesn't daily drive anything. He doesn't drive to work every day to his 9 to 5 job. It's just not the way his life anymore. He's retired. So if he needed to use that, he needed to have a daily driver, something that he would drive all over town. He would risk in traffic every day. If he had to drive an hour in traffic to Nashville every day, this buying this classic car would not even be on his radar as something that he was going to use to do that. Olive says, I don't want vehicles to speculate on. I expect them to be serviceable for my nephews. Right. And so if that's your expectation, a brand new car is a serviceable for your nephews or serviceable by your nephews. Because one of the problems with a classic car like this is getting service done is very difficult to outsource. Right? So if you want a vehicle that's serviceable and you buy a new car, the services that need done are oil changes, tires, maybe brakes for the first 5 years. So for the first 5 years, it is serviceable. For first 100,000 miles, it is serviceable. After that, though, looking historically, look at brand longevity, you can sort of predict, what are you willing to pay for that? What are you willing to pay for new and no deferred maintenance? You know up front what you're going to get. And one exception to the used car prices is Jay Leno. If he owns it, it just went up in price. Jay Leno invests huge amounts of time and energy and money in his vehicles. They do not go up in price just because he owns it. They go up in price because of the way that he cares for them, right? It doesn't just sit here and appreciate in value. Cars don't do that. Cars depreciate when they sit. Every minute a car is just sitting in a garage, it doesn't just get more value. The tires go bad, the rubber goes bad, the paint oxidizes. It's a very difficult investment. If it's not what you love, it's probably not the best idea to even look at it as an investment. My brother took my truck for yearly inspection, put 63 miles total last year. Yeah, we got some vehicles that don't get too many miles. There's a difference between investing and speculating, and neither of these apply if I think it's for my nephews. Yeah. There's a lot of different ways to look at cars because there's a lot of different uses for cars. There's a lot of different. I don't like polishing chrome. That's not what I want to do with a car. So I don't want really. I love looking at classic cars that are perfect, but I really don't want to own one because it's really only likely to be mostly downside for me. It's all of this superficial maintenance to make sure it looks super pretty, and that's not the thing I like doing. I like wrenching on stuff, so I have a bunch of old stuff that needs wrenching work done on it. Tim says, I've owned my car since 72. I still only think of it being worth 2,700 bucks. It's not my retirement. Tim, it's probably worth a good bit more than 2,700 bucks, but it also depends on the market. If you try and sell it in December, you're going to be really unhappy with the value that you get out of it. You know, and one year it might be worth one amount, and another year it might really be, the market might really be hot for it. It's hard to say. Olive says, I know that little Davy got the car bug for the next generation. That's awesome. I'm good to hear. I don't know. My parents told me not to be working on it. They didn't want me working on old cars, old junk cars. Man, they just, what a terrible thing. What a terrible thing. Mothers, don't let your babies grow up to wrench Mopars. Guys, I need to take a quick break. I will be back in about a minute. So, don't get in any trouble. And please just pardon me while I take a quick walk around. Move this mini bike. There I go, I'm moving. Rolling, 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 rolling. Hey, the fireplace putting out heat. Oh, 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 oh. All right. Sorry. Kevin says, go pay the water bill. Yes, I have to go pay the water bill. All right. Old Chrome got pitted. It was pretty thankless, admittedly. Yeah. Zappa style. Buddy Carfano says, a friend of mine has a Chevelle with 20 grand in paintwork. Never leaves his garage. Too nice to drive. So, that is an investment car. A trophy car, sometimes I call it. And it might, like, I don't know, he might know. It might just continue to be worth more and more and more money as long as he houses it and cares for it properly. But I don't have a garage. I don't have the stability to care for a car like so. It's a terrible investment for me. For the right person, that might be fantastic, especially if you have the money and it's not a financial burden to put 20 grand into that car. You know, you might do 20 grand in paint work and it might appreciate the car 2, 3 times that amount, you know, because people like to have the finished thing. So it might be a great investment for the right person, you know. And there needs to be people. There needs to be all kinds of different investors in every economy. So, because there's some people that think, oh yeah, investment buyers ruin the car hobby. Like, I don't know, they make it possible. Some people do the wrenching, some people do the body work, some do the finish paint work. You know, some people do restorations, some people do refurbishments. There really is a place in the hobby for all the different people. Um, so I think it's good to have people in the hobby more than not. Buffalo Campo said, I used to send bumpers to the chrome shop to have the chrome removed. Then I'd paint them. What? It's blasphemy. Um, Met our mothers in the USO. Asked them to dance, dance with them slow. And we're living here in Allentown. Historical emotionification in music. That's how you can tell an East Coaster using the word shore. It makes sense. Um, Tim says, I usually keep my vehicles for a long time. I just never looked at them as an investment. I mean, there's people who do. They see it as an investment. I know if I buy this object and hold it, um, that when I sell it, I'll make my money back or more, or it will increase in value faster than the rate of inflation, and they may recognize the cost of housing and caring for the vehicle in the meantime, or maybe they don't. And that, depending on how well they understand that, depends on if they actually will make money or not. And it's a gamble, you know. Investments can be risky, you know. They might come out. Dodge could come out with a new Charger next year, based on changes in laws that puts out lots of power, has less computers, costs less, is objectively a really good car. I'm not saying it will happen. I'm just saying, from a perspective of investment, it could happen. You know, is it likely to happen? No. But it could happen. And if it did, it could really shake. It could rattle the classic car market to its core if they could start building real cars again, you know, that rival the classic muscle cars. If they could make something that was like simple and powerful and affordable, it would really rattle the classic car market. So but is it gonna happen? Well, you know, you're gambling. Is it likely to happen? I don't know. Can the automakers make anything good? I don't know. Their history has been just dismal. All right, let's see. Mike sent bumpers to get re-chromed. I wouldn't know where to do it, and I'm sure I couldn't afford it. Or I think I couldn't afford it. Hippie Long says, once I get a car done, I sell it. So I'm not the guy that damages it. Right, I'm afraid to have anything too nice. Hippie Long says, I'm a fixer. I have a really hard time finding anything that I can fix and then turn around for a profit. Like, I'm not good at that. I don't know how. Kevin Smith says Chrome will be a thing of the past because of the EPA and the nasty chemical. There are some nasty chemicals. And it's really difficult when organizations or you don't want to drive businesses under with safety regulations. So if we're I don't I don't know the answer. I know it's a problem. It's frustrating. People want to do things. People want to have things, but we can't. I don't really know why, but yeah, or people figure out how to not poison the water table with it. Yeah, we have to regulate it because there's some idiot out there dumping carcinogenic chemicals out the back door or into the sewer systems are not designed to manage that type of wastewater. Like it goes through the sewer system and then goes into the river, right? So if you're dumping cyanide or some other chemical into the sewer system, it can't handle it, not in a environmentally safe way, and the sewer system can't be expected to. So I don't know how to take care of it. I don't. It ends up getting moved to Mexico where they can just disregard health and safety, and I really don't think that's a good thing either. So I don't know. uh Kevin Smith says most people don't know the work that goes into a 20K paint job. No, I don't. I know it's a lot of work. I can see where you could spend 20K on paint. And it's not just paint, obviously. It's you're stripping the car all the way down. You're doing painting a whole car, taking it all apart and painting a whole car properly and putting it all back together. Yeah, more than the car costs new. It's insane. He spent around 70,000 on the restoration of a 70 LS6 convertible Chevelle. Yeah, and he probably paid handsomely for the car to start, and it is a risky gamble of an investment. If it goes well and he wants to sell the car, he could make really good money 1 year, and a couple years later he could lose his butt. Terry Mott, if you don't drive it, why bother? Some people enjoy the process, you know? And well, the other thing is the person doing the restoration may not profit directly, but all the people who are involved in the process are educated and they get paid a salary, and so they get work and they are continue to do that, right? So there's lots of businesses that don't make money for the person at the top or the person sort of orchestrating it, but everyone in the economy benefits because the work is happening, is getting done. So sometimes that can be why, because automotive restoration industry profits and benefits by it. Uh, there is investment as I want to speculate, which is kind of like gambling, and there is investment like as in this will go for the rest of my and the next generation's lives. Right. That people use that word, it can mean a wide range of things. But speculation is not true investment, you know. Uh, speculation is gambling, but there's always an element of risk. New things could happen, changes could happen. You know, the tides may rise, the winds can change direction, but a good investment takes into account the risks and weighs them versus the benefits, and considers the needs and economy of all the people involved in peripheral. So that's a good investment, right? When we invest in our country we invest in our car. We think about lots of factors, not just do we make money. I don't know. Let's see. Patrick says that we had a conventional stream earlier, Kevin. Then Kim went out to the garage for a test. Yeah, and I've been going for a while since I got here. It's 2 hours since I started the garage stream. Buff is in traction and chat randomly. Yeah, he took his neck thing off. Kevin got a Building 9 commercial. I don't know Building 9, but thank you for calling out the advertiser and you get 2 points. Yeah, Buff Del Campo had a car accident the later part of last year, and he is now in physical therapy, and he's using a inflatable neck traction thing to try and help him through. And he's seeing a chiropractor, physical therapist type. He goes into an office, and there's a bunch of different people that work with him a couple times a week, trying to get himself to where he is more comfortable. He's having a pinched nerve in his arm that he's trying to resolve it. So I'm really glad, because nobody wants to go see the doctor. It's kind of crummy. So he's really made the decision, and when he puts his mind to something, he gets results. So he found a good place, it seems like, and I'm really hopeful that he's going to get some relief from discomfort. I got to get some sleep. Good night, everyone, says Mike N. It's been fun. Thanks so much for being here, Mike. Patrick Sullivan likes taters in all forms. Oh, it's been a long time since I ate anything, Mike, and now I'm going to be thinking about potatoes. Kevin says his doctor said his A1C was 5.9. He said he should lose more weight, but he only weighs 198 pounds. I don't know. I don't know what a good A1C number is, Kevin. I'm sorry. That's out of my wheelhouse. Buff Del Campo would know more about that. And depending on how tall you are, 198 pounds doesn't seem too bad. 5'9" is an average for more people. See, the thing about 198 pounds, being 198 pounds, a person could carry it in a lot of different ways. Like, depending on your body type, 198 pounds, I don't know. I don't know, Kevin. Try and be healthy. We want to see everybody be healthy. Get exercise. Eat the best you can. He already lost 20 pounds. Congratulations on losing 20 pounds. I'm sorry that your doctor made you feel like you weren't. I hope that your doctor is encouraging you, not like insulting that you haven't done enough. Because you want it to be a collaborative relationship where your doctor says, well, you should focus some energy in this direction, because you hopefully will see better results, healthier life, more gooderness. Olive says it used to be investing in a good machine likely meant you had a good machine decades later. Yes. Yes. In the 70s, the manufacturers focused on that stuff. They considered that stuff. They knew buyers were aware of those kinds of things. They knew mechanics were advising buyers, like, don't buy these cars because they're problematic machines. And people took that advice to heart. And some manufacturers rely more on advertising than they do on word of mouth. And so then they don't really care if their car is any good. They care if their advertising is good. They spend more time focusing on their advertising campaign and building something cheap, or hyping up their warranty, but not really being very honorable about the way that they care for their customers. And so it's the world we live in. Not everybody believes in the same standards and morals and things like that. But it's our responsibility to do some investigation and not just buy on impulse and not just believe advertising and propaganda. Dean Stevenson says the 1, 2, 3 button, then uppercase, and TM is fourth along the bottom key, or B, TM, 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 TM. Okay, I don't know how to use that. Buff says his A1C is 5.8. I think that was a big improvement, wasn't it, Buff? Um, Olive, no, he never settled. He just was hopeful that he would not have to do physical therapy, that he would just get better, but he was just struggling. So he went and is seeing the doctor. And yeah, I was worried he was just going to live with it, but I was also hopeful though that it would just get better and he wouldn't have to do a lot, but that wasn't what was happening. So I'm glad he's made the decision. Um, Patrick Sullivan said they used to say 7.5 was a well-maintained diabetic. Now they say somewhere in the fives is the goal. All right, I understand. And I'm sure it's different for different people. And I'm sure if you are at 9 and you get to 7.5, they're going to tell you to aim more towards 7 or 6 or 5, right? They're going to push you to do better. So, yeah, Buckdale Campo says it was 11, then 7, now 5.8. See, so it's improving, which is excellent. You know what I mean? Like he's setting a goal and working towards it and seeing progress, and that is fantastic. You don't want to overwhelm somebody by saying, well, you suck because you're 11 and you should be 5. It's like, well, set a goal, make changes, see how it works. Dean says, does that mean Kim has given Buckdale Campo enough headroom health-wise to let loose and splurge? Dean, yes. I allowed him to have some bites of that green cake. And some of the meals that I cook, now that we've gotten things under control, I know that I don't have to be so stingy with the carbs. Because before we were downright stingy with the carbs because he was out of control and we were really worried that he wasn't going to live very long if he didn't get things in check. Well, now that we're seeing results, now we can moderate. And honestly, with some more carbs in his diet, he has a little more energy. But we had to figure out where the point of management was, right? We were off the scale before, and now we're in the scale and we can kind of work. He lost a lot of weight, and yeah, he's balancing his calories. He has a doctor that will adjust his medication if some way necessary. Was before he wasn't even tracking anything. We didn't even know what was going on. But it's a process. Making big changes fast is really hard, and it is the day-to-day management is more important than making a big change. Going from not managing at all to managing it badly is a step. And then managing it badly to managing not so badly is another big step. So we're doing it. We're doing it. I'm encouraging you all to make improvements in your health and in your life in gradual stages. The first step to doing something well is doing something badly. It's doing something. Because not doing anything is less. Kevin Smith says his doctor wasn't happy when I told him I was still smoking way less than half a pack a day. It used to be 4 packs. That depends on your doctor, right? A young doctor is going to be like, "You smoked a cigarette?" Like, well, I used to smoke 4 packs, and now it's a very manageable amount. I think you're doing great, Kevin, because some people have no desire to make a change, and you have practiced discipline. Because I smoked when I was younger, and I made the decision to quit, and it required a lot of discipline, a lot. So if you're down to half a pack or less than half a pack a day, I have a lot of respect for what that takes. So congratulations. And I hope that it's not a problem for you or that you can do better. Buck Del Campo says I went low. He means by on his sugar one night, and Kim gave me some carrot cake that tasted so good and it fixed the problem. Yeah, now that we have it managed well enough that sometimes his sugar goes low, we actually have to bring some carbs back into his diet. A manageable amount of carbs back into his diet. Eventually, I will quit totally. That sounds like a good goal. As long as you're making progress towards your goal, that's something you should feel good about, you know? And sometimes progress is just not getting worse. Or there's lots of different gauges of progress. Don't let somebody else's. You don't always have to let other people judge you. Like, I don't have to let anybody judge me. If I don't want to hear someone else's judgment or opinion, I could just be like, sorry, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to. Especially if it's something personal or important to me. Yeah, smoking for 53 years. People have to take that stuff into consideration. It isn't easy to just quit. Shoot, I think people at 53 years, if you just quit cold turkey, you might have a heart attack and drop dead. You know? Patrick Sullivan says cigarettes are $10 off brand, $12 for the name brand cigarettes. Wow. Yeah, that's another reason why I had to quit smoking. I remember I quit smoking when cigarettes were about $1.25 a pack. And it was too much. That was too much then. But now I spend all my money on old junk cars. I think cigarettes would almost not even be that much worse for me. I used to roll my own tobacco. It's like $15 a carton. Yeah, Tony rolls his own cigarettes too. Olive, I know it's bad in some ways. I really do. I feel you. But not every platform is right for the discussion of some kinds of issues. Is that lacrosse, Dean Stevenson? Tim says in the late 60s, cigarettes were about $2 a carton. Jeez. Patrick started at 65 cents a pack. When they hit $2, I said I'd quit. Started rolling my own. That's how they get you, right? The first one's free, then it's cheap, and then suddenly, wham! The price goes through the roof, and you're hooked. Now everybody getting hooked on that vaping. Yeah. What do you think 20 years from now they'll say about people who were vaping? How do you think they'll handle that? I remember when they started vaping. Now there's no harm. They were selling them vapes to kids and stuff like that, marketing them to kids, selling them to kids. There's no age limit. Who knows what they put in them? Tastes like candy. It's great for you. What do you think 20 years from now they're going to be talking about that? You know, greatest thing since sliced bread. Now with asbestos. Hippie Long, I'm not sure I don't understand your abbreviations. I'm sorry. I know you have struggle typing, but I can't. Kevin, back when I started smoking, they were 32 cents a pack. In a machine, you would get 3 pennies taped to your pack as your change. I remember when they put money in the packs to refund you the difference. Dean Stevens says if people get too preachy, I recommend in living color the Homie Don't Play That. I don't remember what else he said. I just remember he was a clown that would slap people and say, Homie Don't Play That. But I don't remember what he was talking about. I just remember he didn't play it. Kevin Smith says vaping ain't no different in my opinion. It's definitely different. But different is not always good. It's different, right? I had a friend who vaped, and whatever kind of stuff he was vaping, instead of getting cancer, he was getting some kind of fungus growing in his lungs. I guess from the moisture in the vape. So it made him real sick. Fire marshal. Yeah. It works in any situation. Does it though? Does it? I don't even think a lot of people would get the reference anymore, Dean. In Living Color was like, wasn't that early 90s? I was watching something that was in Living Color. What was it? Some comedy skit popped up on the other night. If you start searching for humor on YouTube, then all of a sudden you get all these recommendations for humor stuff. BSing. Start BSing. Bullshitting? Either bullshit them or not. Okay. Buddy Carfon, 20 years from now, some lure will be on TV commercial. Call me if you or a loved one died from vaping. Yeah, or to be something else, right? It'll be some organic food. If you ate this organic food and died of cancer, call now. It'll be something you don't expect that's killing us. That'll be hard to prove. Kippy Long says, I find it funny non-smokers would hang out with smokers because conversations were better in the smoking circle. I remember how bad socially it was because I didn't want to, when I quit smoking, I didn't want to hang out with smokers because then it was just like painfully cruel to hang out with the smokers and try not to smoke. But then I missed out on these social aspects of smoking. Dean says the early 90s was a long time ago. It was. It was a long time ago. Patrick Sullivan says Laugh-In seems old to me. Laugh-In was a long time ago. Wasn't Laugh-In during the 70s? Was Laugh-In late 70s or early 70s? I don't even remember. I was too young to watch Laugh-In because they were adult jokes that I didn't understand, and I was just a kid, a tiny kid. Even in reruns, I was small when Laugh-In was on. I don't remember the Living Color Hemorrhoids skit, Terry. Maybe it will pop up in my suggested videos and I will watch it. Dean Stevenson says, a lawyer in a damning tone. You ate Kale? Yep. You ate vitamins? What? Bodybuilders who eat creatine or whatever it is that you're supposed to provide, that'll be the thing. Hemorrhoids are no joke. Had surgery, 3 weeks of agony when you were 25. Ooh. Yeah, that sounds horrible, Kevin. I'm sorry you yeah. Mm-hmm. Laugh-In might have been reruns, but they had Nixon on. See, it would have been really funny at the time. It was before my time. She said pop up about hemorrhoids? Who got a pop up about hemorrhoids? I don't know. Dean Stevenson got ads. BioGood energy drops and Guthrie Bow Run Home. Paint, blinds, and carpet. Oh, is that one of those people that come to your house and try and sell you paint, blinds, and carpets? Or is it like a home store? Let me get a clip. Okay, Olive. RSVP party commercial, Kevin says. All right, you guys get 2 points each for your advertisers. I didn't even know they were putting up ads again. Putting up ads every couple minutes. Guys, I kind of thought that if I came out that Buff Del Campo would be coming out, but it seems like maybe his neck is not going to allow him to do anything in the shop tonight. So it's I can't really run the stream in the shop and accomplish much mechanically. 2 more points to that Studebaker. I'm rooting for you, Kevin. I want to see somebody get the Studebaker who has the time and energy to work on it. Dean says we had a workmate called Hemi. I asked him why they called him Hemi when his name was John. The person said he's about as much use as a Hemi Rolla. Womp womp. It's a dad joke. But you guys have been great. Thanks you. Everyone who is still here, you get 2 points for staying till the end of stream. It's okay, Buff Del Campo. We tried, right? And I have no room to complain because there's days when I let Buff Del Campo down because I'm not feeling well and I just can't do it, and that's part of why we're retired because hey, we're not as young as we used to be. We do what we can when we can, and we love being able to do it in a social environment where you guys get to enjoy some of it too. So I hope we entertained you. There was a lot of good conversation. I appreciate it. And thanks to everyone who sent pictures in for the stream tonight. We will do the studio stream again next week, as we always do. I hope to be out here a couple nights this week working, and I'll stream if you guys if some people are going to show up. We'll keep doing it. And I'm sure Buff Del Campo will be feeling better tomorrow. He probably just needs a night of sleep. We have good days and bad days, but he'll do okay. Patrick said he had a Mastiff pit named Hemi. H was the theme of all my dogs. Hank, Hoover, Homer, and Hemi. That's a good series of names, Patrick. Get well, Buff Del Campo, says Hippie Long. Yeah, get well soon. I probably should make sure he had something to eat. If he's not feeling well, sometimes he sits around just hungry and doesn't feel like getting up. So I'm going to go and check on him then I'm going to come back up here and work for a little while. But it's just too hard for a single person to run a shop stream. You know, it's boring. I've watched other people do it, and it's unfortunate. It's just like you can't move the camera around and work at the same time and follow chat. It just doesn't work. So I'm not even going to try to do it. Um, how old are you, Cam? I'm 49. Yeah, I'm I'm proud. I think I'm not ashamed of my age. And no, I'm almost 50. I'll be 50 this year. So, uh, yeah. Thanks again, everybody. Glad you were here. We'll do it again next time. We'll see you all.